Good afternoon. This time next week, we'll all be settling down for the first session of this year's Betfred World Championship final. But from what you've seen so far, who's going to be in that final? Debbie, what do you think?
Higgins and Selby.
Higgins and Selby, all right. And Stuart?
Yeah, Ronnie O'Sullivan's going to win it.
Ronnie O'Sullivan's going to win it. And Robert?
It'll be Ronnie and John, but keep an eye out for Marco Fig. He's the underdog.
Well, it's very interesting you mentioned that, actually, because possibly the best form from the first week has been shown by Messrs O'Sullivan and John Higgins. Both of them 41 years of age and the owners of 9 world titles between them. They are indeed in opposite sides of the draw. Nice one. We're just saying, we throw that out there for your attention. But they are amongst 4 men who've already cemented their names into this year's quarter-final draw.
Ronnie was just a little bit too good.
Dingjun Wei gets into the quarter-final, where we play Ronnie O'Sullivan.
What a performance. He's a very modest young man, but he's a very, very confident young man.
What a performance from John Higgins. He's back to his best, in my opinion.
Well, much was made of the fact, Stephen, that the draw was a little top-heavy with the top players.
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult to argue against that, looking at this, isn't it?
No, absolutely. It's almost got the look of like an invitation 8-man event, isn't it? The top half. You've got the big guns, Ronnie and Mark up there, Dingjun Wei, Neil Robertson. Whoever comes through from this half will have done that the hard way. And, they're talking about Mark Selby being the favourite for the tournament, or joint favourite, but if he's going to win from here on in, it's going to be the hard way, isn't it? Oh, very much so, very much so. I think you would generally say if someone comes through from this half, that you would fancy them favourite to win the title. It's just, it's so hard to pick someone to come through from this half.
Now, the bottom half itself is no less competitive, might not have all those players in it, but, even so, pick a winner in that.
Well, I mean, you have to say John Higgins is a standout for me. I must admit, it's starting to look possibly like a Higgins-O'Sullivan final. That's a big prediction early on, but yeah, he's the big name there, but Karen Wilson's been very impressive. And it's the other 2 second-round matches still to finish.
I mean, Barry Hawkins and Graham Dott, that looks like a real tough competitors' match, doesn't it? I mean, Graham's found a bit of form from somewhere.
Well, he's just a tremendous competitor, especially here at the Crucible. I can see that going 13-11, 13-12. That could go the distance.
Going to put you on the spot. Pick a winner.
Of the whole tournament?
Of the whole tournament. I'm putting you on the spot.
On form shown so far, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
OK, you're here to hear first. And this is what we've got coming up this afternoon for you.
Ex-world #1 Neil Robertson's a serious contender for a second world title. Opponent Marco Fu's seriously fancied for a first. What gives today? Great Scot Graham Dott turns 40 next month. His opponent Barry Hawkins is 38 today. But who'll be celebrating after their opening session? Mark Selby's chasing a 3rd world title. Chinese Cuban Xiao Guodong is chasing the game against him. He's 4 adrift with 8 more to play today. And 4 behind, that's nothing new for Rory McLeod, came storming back from there against Judd. Stephen Maguire will take nothing for granted. And roll up for pop quiz. Graham is next, and no, there are no plans to make this a ranking event. Just yet, anyway.
And we'd love to hear your questions and views, so get in touch using the hashtag BBC Snooker. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks, Seema. Well, this middle Sunday should be a day for simmering emotion rather than boiling tension, because unlike yesterday when we had 3 fabulous finishes in the second round, none of our matches today are due to come to a conclusion. Now, that doesn't mean that they won't, of course, but it's a day for sitting back and immersing yourself in the developing drama of the second round. And one of the most intriguing matches, we think, today will feature Neil Robertson of Australia against Hong Kong's Marco Fu.
Yeah, very happy with my game. I've been practicing, really hard coming in here. I've never practiced harder coming into World Championships before, so I've done everything right. Sort of regardless of performances, at least I know I'm, coming here, I've done everything I can.
Since the UK, I think I've been playing quite consistently, just producing the type of consistency that I wanted to, and yeah, that's the most important thing, especially coming into the World Championships.
Yeah, Marco's been playing snooker of his career, and unbelievable season really. So yeah, I mean, you look at the draw, the players left, and there aren't sort of too many players that you can look at the draw and think he's a good draw or anything like that. It's World Championships. Everyone fights to the death.
I think we play a similar type of game. We just want to get amongst the balls and hopefully do a one-visit clearance. Hopefully I can win frames as quickly as possible. So yeah, we try not to play too many safety shots, and yeah, we try to attack the game.
I'm quite happy to be sort of one of the lesser fancied. You had like Ronnie, Judd and Selby ahead of me in the betting, and I'm more than happy to fly under the radar and quietly go about my business.
I'm sure it's going to be a tough challenge for me and for him as well. So it's going to be a very evenly matched contest. So hopefully I can go out there and play to my best and enjoy the occasion and hopefully come out as a winner.
Yes, Neil Robertson determined to rule the snooker world once more. Marco Fu aiming to do so for the first time, and the Hong Kong player relieved to have the chance after that incredible comeback in the opening round against Luca Brissell from 7-1 down to win 10-9. And this morning on BBC Two, if you're with us, you'll have seen Neil Robertson establish a 4-2 advantage. Both men have made a century each so far, so we're going to pick them up now in frame 7. Is Robertson marginally in front here, and it's all being watched by Ken Doherty and John Virgo.
Let's have a look at these two reds. Not quite sure what he can make these into a plant. Well, it's very tight, isn't it? But he may be able to squeeze that second red past the red that closest to the pocket there in that line. This could go in. Yes, it could go in indeed. Very well worked out. And is he on the green into the left centre? He certainly is. He's got to take this green on.
Four. Five.
Nicely on the blue. And I think this red just above the black is available, so that would be a nice red to get on and clear the black somewhat.
Played that nicely. He's got on that red. Prefer to just be a bit straighter on this red. You could just screw back and have the black into the same pocket.
11.
saw the cue ball bounce, but I think he's just okay.
I think it might have worked to his advantage. Not often a kick does, and you saw the
70.
heavy contact, but he's nicely on this red, as it turns out. And if he doesn't get the heavy contact, this red is playing now, he'd have been lower on it and would have had a bit more work to do with the cue ball. It's finished perfect.
80.
A lucky kick. Took that opportunity to open those two reds. 17 points the lead now. Definitely a frame-winning opportunity, this.
26.
Still looking for another 28
32.
points, but it minds his work. You certainly fancy him to... Well, I said if he minds his work. I mean, I know he's trying
30.
to pinch a bit of the pocket to retain good position on the pink, but schoolboy error missing the red. Trying to hold for the pink, but don't sacrifice the pot.
Didn't leave anything easy for Neil. Neil had a possible red into the right centre, but look, thought it was, the angle was too cute, but that's not the best safety shot he's ever played. Oh, wow. What's he left this time?
So they say there's no two frames or no two games of snooker alike, as we watched this misread from Marco. We were commentating on John Higgins' Mark Allen match last night. Every time anyone made a mistake, the other guy cleared up. It's not happening in this match so far. Chances coming thick and fast for both players. Mistakes that Marco has made in this frame will be put behind him if he can now win the frame after that wonderful long pot. So easy to forget your errors if you win the frame.
Yeah, never easy to forget though, should you lose it from a simple error.
6.
Even though he has been a bit edgy this morning, if you can somehow manage to win this frame and cut the deficit to 1, he'll be absolutely delighted.
You see, 33 ahead, so that equates. You need at least 3 more reds, with depending what value colours he gets with it. So it's not a formality to go over the line here. Red along the top cushion. If it's tight to the top cushion, You think he'd play for it? Well, I don't think he's any option but to play for it. The potting angle he's gone on the black. He's left a nice angle. Well, I say a nice angle, probably a bit more angle than he wanted.
17.
Still needs red colour, red. But it's tight. You wouldn't expect him to miss this. When they're tight, they can't be clean.
You can see the red coming off the cushion slightly, but it still clings back. Almost like it's hugging the cushion. Plenty of room behind this red to pot it into the left centre.
25.
He's 49 points ahead, 51 remaining, so just this red. And it'll cut the deficit to 1. Well played, Marco Fu. He's had a couple of bites at the cherry, but he's managed to win it in the end. Big last frame now for both players.
32.
Robertson would certainly feel that he's dominated
33.
most of this session and may come out of it all square. Should Marco win this last frame? It's amazing how the psychology can swing back and forth
38.
between players.
39.
Yeah, this has been the longest frame of the match so far, which isn't slow by any means. But I agree with you. I think this last frame of this session is quite an important one, because just looking at the way both players have played, I think Neil Robertson would be very disappointed if he came out all square. I think it would certainly be Marco who psychologically
48.
would have the edge. He's not played at his best, he knows that.
Yeah, and from a Marco
51.
Fu's point of view, even if he does lose the last frame and falls 5-3 behind after the first session, he won't be too disappointed after the start he had.
55. $60.
Well, quite a way
60
away
and
with the
frame.
pink, but it didn't matter. The frame was gone over before that. So Neil Robertson, he led 4-1. He's now only 1 in front. 4-3.
Well, Marco Fu enjoyed a blistering run of form around Christmas and New Year. He won the Scottish Open in fine style, and he reached the semi-finals of the 2 other snooker majors of the season, the UK Championship and the Masters. And having been 4-1 down in this match, can he get out of this opening session all square? Let's find out.
Half chance for Neil Robertson. This red down just below the pink, pots into this bottom right hand corner pocket. It's a natural angle back up towards the baulk area. Yeah, so good at those type of shots. And of course wasn't using any force or power there, could just like cue it nicely.
Not the best chance, but there's a few open reds, pink in the open, and blue on its spot. And that little flick on the pink. There's no hindrance.
5.
Yeah, he sort of wanted to put the cue ball in an area anywhere around that pink spot area.
6.
There's plenty of options. That red into the middle. The few reds into this bottom right-hand corner pocket as well. Will pot. Good chance to make a nice break here. Important for Neil Robertson to go into
11.
The next session with at least the lead. Particularly the way he's played this morning. Just lost his way for a couple of frames, but good chance now to re-establish that 2-frame advantage.
Yeah, both players
80.
in this first session have unexpectedly missed pots. You would never expect them to miss. That can just gnaw away at your
90.
confidence. But he seems to have built up a nice head of steam here, the Australian. The reason he's paused is because he's too straight on the pink. If he had a slight angle, either way, he'd have just got down and knocked the pink in. But he's just considering which is the best red to play for.
$25.
I think he decided to play for one to the right middle, but he should have been just slightly the other side of straight on this.
26.
And it's cost him good position. He's not ideal on this pink. So just a bit careless of the positional shot there. But he's rolled the pink in nicely. Having to leave a mid-range red. And funnily enough, this is the type of shot that he
32.
missed in an earlier frame. Hit it too thick the last time. But no problem with that
33.
one. And that cluster of reds around the black, the top one will go to the right corner. If he pots that, he'll release one to the left corner. So he's back in prime position.
Sure.
There's his target.
39.
68. Well, as you said, when he puts this, John, it releases the one to the left of it. And also, I'm sure the one just above the black as well puts to the left-hand corner pocket. So the 2 reds above the black pot into this left-hand corner pocket.
Yeah, but how careless was that to leave himself the wrong angle on the pink? He should have been straight on it. Well, obviously this one just below and to the left of the black goes.
46.
Just keeps losing the cue ball a fraction.
$47.
Now lost it completely. He's not perfect on this pink at all. He's making hard work of this.
No. What he's saying, that rolled off.
But
I don't think so. I don't think he hit that well at all.
He can put his arm out as much as he likes, but you could see it was just snowballing, wasn't it? He kept running out of position, not being on the ball he wanted to play on. I mean, they don't roll off that much.
Just never got. It all started when he didn't get straight on that pink. As you said, it was a careless shot. He just needed to be straight on the pink for the 2 reds above the black into the opposite corner pocket. And
now, did this roll off? As I say, they don't
not having
roll
that, John.
No, I mean, maybe he put a little bit of unintentional side on the cue ball and it may have just turned the pink. He doesn't want a kiss. Well, he's still on the red, but the kiss was not what was needed
6.
there.
Yeah. As we see it again, he's trying to avoid all contact with those reds. He's trying to get on these 2 reds above the black.
7.
If you can get on the loose one that's above the black with a nice angle, he can possibly pot that and bring the black into play. He's having a look at maybe going straight into the reds. He was contemplating of playing that shot from the blue, going into the red just that's closest to the black. But he doesn't have to. There's 2 loose reds available. He's taking the chance. Now, how's his luck? It's not bad. It's not too bad.
12.
Nicely played. Purposely tried to hit that red and played it very well.
13.
The fact that he's 34 points behind, that tough yellow will come into play if he gets that far from this break. Oh, he's over. Oh, hit this. What's he done here?
Yeah, as Neil Robertson before him, they've just not got complete control of this cue ball. You can only, and I said it earlier, a little bit of tension in the cue arm. Doesn't want the kiss
19.
on the brown. Well, it's not too bad a flick on the brown, but he's got to get this cue ball travelling. So much easier if you get your nice position, then all you have to do is just roll the ball in, make the next shot easy. He's still
22.
not out of the woods yet. Need his little extension. .25 points behind now. We potted it, but he's not good on the black.
Yeah, but I wonder will he take the opportunity now, John? He's got a nice angle on the black, although it's trying. Get up. Oh, there's the possible choice. Try and get up to that red on the right hand side cushion. Get in behind it. Could have done with hitting it a little bit harder, but he's
30.
okay. Yeah.
31.
People in the front row there knew it was in before we did. But it's not ideal. Too straight on this black. May just pot it, try and play a snooker on the red. You got to keep your head down on those, Marco. Every time he lifts his head,
38.
watch him lift the head a little bit. There you see it, the back arm coming up. Almost missed that.
Yeah, he was trying to pinch a bit, but not that much. And oh, he thought he'd missed that. He thought he'd missed that. You watch his body. Never mind the red. He thought he'd missed it.
How did it drop?
Gravity.
I knew you'd say that.
Yeah, look from behind. He thought he'd hit it too thin. but he's too straight on the black. And as we've mentioned before, he's got a lovely touch, Marco, in and around the balls, but he's not blessed with the most cue power. So for him to play a deep screw with lots of right-hand side to get up to the baulk cushion, it's not in his armoury.
He's contemplating about taking the pink off the side cushion, leaving the yellow there, not going for this black at all. He's got a couple of options. He can just pot the black and try and play a safety on the yellow, but the difficulty will be playing a good safety from where the position of the yellow is now. He's having a look at the score, so what's going through his mind is he's thinking about, well, I need that pink into play. Bring it out into the middle of the table. Put Neil under a bit of pressure. Let him take the yellow off the top cushion. Now, that's very well
13.
worked out. I think he's got the snooker. Has he on the green? Maybe used as a blocker. Pink out in the open. It's one of those incidents, John, the 7 points for the pot and the black, it didn't really make much of a difference.
Well, a good effort. He couldn't do a lot else because he could only see just half of the yellow. Big frame now. Both players have had chances, so whoever loses it will feel a little bit aggrieved. Not quite the snooker, but possibly the edge with Marco. Get through to the potting angle of this yellow. He may have to play the pot because it's one of those situations I don't see a safety here. Well, fair play to him. He did. And that could be a telling one. He's got the snooker. And the snooker at this stage of a frame can give you a big, big advantage. He's got to hit this and try and get it safe. This is a big swerve he's trying here. Problem is with playing that swerve, you don't get any pace into the object ball, and he's left this yellow.
Couldn't get as close as he wished to the green, but this is a big shot here. Played that very nicely indeed. And now the fact that a few shots ago when he brought that pink into play could prove dividends.
Yeah, last two frames are just beginning to stretch out in time. This one, the first one, over 20 minutes. But it's a big one. Oh, he's played this nicely. Well, maybe it's just a little bit too pacey, but he got a good line. I'll tell you what, if the blue had been on its spot, it'd have been ideal. But he still needs a good pot on the blue, and remember, he needs the pink as well.
Good shot on the blue. How is he on the pink? Cue ball needs to slow down 14. A little bit. ideal, but he has a chance of it. It pots into the left centre, it pots into the bottom right, left-hand corner pocket.
Yeah, you'd favour the left corner because you can send the cue ball to the baulk end. We'll know before he does. Ooh, he was up and out of that very quick, wasn't he?
14.
He's done that a couple of times in this frame.
As soon as he hit it, he knew. Oh, and Neil has gifted him the frame. And Neil once again saying that, or intimating the table rolled off. This pink to square the match. And then it goes. Well, Neil Robertson will be very, very disappointed. He led 4-1 and had chances to stretch further. And I think that tongue out from Marco Fu shows you how relieved he is. They finished the first session. Interesting, but all square. Disappointment for Robertson, delight for Fu.
Oh, you get the feeling this is shaping up rather nicely, and they'll be back for another 8 frames this evening from 7 o'clock. You can see that on the Red Button with Jason and the team then on our Red Button full presentation service. But, you know, we did identify this match as one of the key games of round 2, particularly after Marco's reprieve against Luca Brecel. When you come through a match that is so tight and you've got over the line in such a dramatic fashion, how does it set you up for the rest of the championship, Steve?
You just sort of breathe a huge sigh of relief, and you go into your second round with a completely clear head. Excuse me. Yeah, it's amazing. It's like you could have been out, and you just got a second chance.
Just ask you, when were you ever 7-1 down?
No, but I've had obviously like first rounds. I think Gary Wilkinson, actually Gary Wilkinson. I know we mentioned his name earlier.
The real one.
I think I was 9-8 down and won a decider in the first round. And the next round I went and played great because the pressure seems to come off.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because we have underlined what a fantastic season that Marco Fu's had, and I know you guys particularly enjoy watching him now.
Yeah, I said the other day, he's become my guilty pleasure. I love watching him make a break because it's not like anybody else. There's a real art the way he goes about it. He's a cherry picker. If there's one loose red, he'll nick it out and then he plays on another one. Lots of times you see them now, they splatter the balls everywhere. He can go into the pack like anyone else, but he prefers to cherry pick. I really like the way he does it. It's unusual.
Well, he's been 4-1 down in this match. It's all square. Now, Neil Robertson, a 12-time world ranking event winner, one of the greats. He's a Triple Crown winner. He's out at world number 9 now. Now, that's his lowest, we understand, for about 9 years. Wants to re-establish himself at the top of the game. Is he going about it the right way here?
Well, he seems to be a completely different character to me. He's talking a different way. He used to be full of confidence. I believe I can win this. And now he's saying in his interview, I'm happy to go under the radar. I'm happy to be an underdog. That's not the Neil Robertson that I know or remember. And he's in danger of becoming on the second tier of the top players who's not regarded as favourites to win tournaments now, to me, because he's, for a long time, I don't think he's been the same player.
Why not, if that's the case?
I have no idea. I mean, maybe, we don't know. Maybe his practice regime's changed. Maybe he's not working hard enough. Maybe he hasn't entered enough tournaments. I don't know. It's specific to him. But whatever it is, he's not quite at the levels he was at. Let's be honest, by the way. Some of the levels he was at was absolutely stellar. Yeah. But he's not up there at the moment.
Well, he's on record in this championship as saying that he did have a problem with video gaming, and he's quit that, we understand, and he's turned over a new leaf in that regard, and that's clearly going to refocus his efforts here.
Yeah, and he's picking and choosing these events as well. He didn't enter the China Open before this, which was interesting. He chose to put more and more practice in for this. So, if he comes up short on this, he's going to have to think his whole regime for next season.
And this is a bizarre thing as well. We talk about the betting at the start of the tournament. He was 12-1. You could back him at. You could back him at 16. He's won a round. You could back him at 16-1. How does that work out? It's amazing that they obviously looked at him and didn't think he was that impressive in round 1. Thought he's got a tough draw. But for some, if he plays properly, that's a massive price if he plays properly.
OK, well, we're looking forward to that second session. There's a lot of mileage in this match. You fancy, bring it on. Now, I wonder if you remember a trick shot, actually, that we showed you at the Masters in January. If you'd seen it, you wouldn't have forgotten it. It was staged at the Bristol All-Stars Club, and it was Shane O'Hara, who's the general manager there, that created this incredible trick shot. And cue ball travelled about 500 feet. It took 2 minutes to set up. And we thought, what could he create here in Sheffield? Perhaps his ambitions weren't quite as fulsome as they were back in January, but will he create another video viral success? Seema Jaswal's been chatting to him.
There are always some difficult shots here at the Snooker World Championships, but none quite as tricky as these. Shane O'Hara, a name you may be familiar with from back in January when he pulled off the trick of all time. And now he's back during this very special 40th year anniversary to try something new. So talk us through the challenge back in January.
So January was a very elaborate trick shot. It took place over 10 tables, a flight of stairs and a 20-metre section of bar. So it was particularly elaborate compared to what I'm trying tonight, although this is pretty difficult as well. Gravity was the real winner in January's one, whereas I have to take all the blame for this doesn't work out tonight. I'm going to take some of the parameters out of snooker and we're going to pot some balls using some other sporting equipment. The one in January took 70 or 80 takes, but I've been here for a while and I think I'm going to surpass that the amount of attempts. Yeah, you'll just have to watch it and see, I suppose.
Do you actually play all of these sports as well?
Yeah, I'm a jack of all trades. I'm not a master of any at all. But yeah, I play a bit of everything to a modest degree.
I need a few more goes at it to possibly nail it, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. No, I was rubbish. I'm going to get back to my real job now.
OK, now we're officially throwing the gauntlet down. We want you to dream up some trick shots and film them and send it to us using the hashtag BBC Snooker. Now, I don't know what you're going to come up with, but I can imagine the kids getting the old loo roll and the sellotape and creating stuff. And let's be honest, mums and dads, it's better than the dreaded iPad. Let's be honest. Let them have a go and send their efforts and your efforts to us. And even you might have a go, guys, at some point, wouldn't you?
Well, I think I may have a go at something, but I'm not so sure about this gentleman here.
I'd try the golf one.
Would you?
Yeah,
oh,
but anything about snooker cue, I can't do trick shots.
OK, well, see what you can come up with. We are looking forward to seeing them. But back to the serious business. Graham Dott. Now, when it comes to horses for courses in major events, he is a runner, this fella, particularly at the World Championship. Now, he's proved that time and time again. He was in the final in 2004. He lost to Ronnie O'Sullivan. 2 years later, got his hands on the trophy, beat Ebden in the latest finish ever. And then he battled to the third final in 2010. Neil Robertson got the better of him then. But he's facing a man who seems to have developed a similar affinity with this event and this venue, because Barry Hawkins stunned everyone, including himself, to reach the final here in 2013, having not won a single match for his first 5 years. Played a fantastic part in that high-quality final against O'Sullivan and seems to have given him a taste and a real feel for success here. 2 more semi-finals and last year in the quarter-finals. And today, you know, was a very special Crucible day for him.
Please welcome the birthday boy, Barry Hawkins.
Yeah, 38 today. Well done, Barry. Having a good laugh before his match against Graham Dott. Good to see that. So 2 players who simply thrive in the pressure cooker environment of the Crucible. They started out at 10 o'clock this morning. And Graham Dott establishing a 2-0 lead, as you can see, before Hawkins took the third. We'll join them in the 4th here. It's the Scot to play. He's 12 points behind, all being watched by Willie Thorne and Steve Davis.
I guarantee you, both players will be straight to the practice table at the end of this session to try and work out either what was going wrong or just to get their arm going. Oh no. This is just
Barry Hawkins
so uncharacteristic of not just Barry Hawkins but Graham Dott as well. It's hard to commentate on this, isn't it, in one respect, Willie, other than to...
Well, because we both know how good these players are, Steve, and we're as much bemused as they are. We've just been told by the stats men that in his first round match he's never missed a black off a spot, potted 40 out of 40 blacks off a spot. It just shows you can get up one day feeling great, get up another day not feeling so good. But what you've got to do is get something out of the session. Okay, he may go 3-1 behind now, but we don't know at this moment in time.
8.
All I can think of, other than the fact it's
9.
a morning session and it's best of 25 match, a long way to go in it, is that, you know, do both players not relish playing each other because they know they're both hard on the table? Would it be easier to have fired yourself up against a Ronnie O'Sullivan or a Mark Selby? Perhaps a little bit of expectation that they could get through? Really don't know. Or is it just on the day it's all gone wrong?
14.
As we currently sit, whoever gets out this session with a 5-3 lead might as well go, well, that's bonus time.
At this moment in time, looks like Graham Dott's going to be a favourite to do that, especially if he goes 3-1 in front. He normally would be talking about this position now as a frame-win opportunity, but a bit reluctant to say that at the moment.
$21. $22.
Well, he's under-hit that by a long way, but luckily enough for Graham, he's got it into the corner. Played to get top side of the blue there off that shot. Not the tallest, so we need the rest for this.
$27. $28. $35.
Top cushion seems a little bit lively this morning, Willie. Like a few shots that Graham's played seems to have bounced a bit more than he wanted. Maybe he hasn't got the pace yet.
$36.
The new cloth was it yesterday or the day before? Time flies. First couple of sessions on the new cloth, the balls certainly don't bounce off the cushions fast, but they get brushed enough times that sheen gets brushed off and they quickly revert to their normal lively selves. Bit off balance here, Graham. Considered easy enough that he's going to pot it regardless.
44.
Getting closer to the finishing line.
Yes, can win the frame with the 2 reds that are on the pink spot. 31 points in front, so black and those 2 reds in the middle of the table with colours. I'll put Barry Hawkins in the snooker's required stage. Rate goes to 51, which is the highest of the match so far. Oh my God. Both players are feeling it. It is the first session.
I don't think I'll be upsetting either of these players if I said this is possibly one of the worst sessions I've seen unfold here at the Crucible in many years. But in its own way, it's fascinating, isn't it? Shot. It's fascinating. Who can kickstart the engines? Great effort to release that red. Bit unlucky how that's ended up, to be quite honest.
Nine.
Yeah, the fact that Barry's left-handed, that red on the side cushion is not a bigger problem as it would be for a right-handed player. So it depends on what angle he gets 60. On the next colour. Probably he'd go up for the blue. I'm not too sure they can play the kiss on the red here, but that's dangerous. But the way he's going, he probably wants to try and make things as easy as he can. So he could well play to move the red out here with a shot on this red. Yeah, if he was playing great, he might not have done that. He's played it perfectly. Now, can he escape at 2-2? Looks favourite now, even though he's 21 behind. Yes, that cushion is playing a bit live. Look at that.
Yeah.
22.
Yeah, that could cause some problems as the day unfolds as well. Not absolutely sure what the fitters can do in the short space of time they get between sessions. Only sticking point here for Barry Hawkins. Yellow to green.
Yes, he'd have been a bit disappointed he finished so bad on the black there, but he's played a decent shot to get onto the yellow. So he'd like to screw back in between the green and the blue somewhere. Leave it just off straight, the green. That's about right. Well, Barry Hawkins will certainly enjoy his cup of tea more than Graham, regardless of what happens. Because if Barry knows he could be 4-0 behind the way this game's gone so far. And there's every chance he's going to level at 2-2. Well, just the pink needed. Slight kick on the blue there, which took a little bit of pace out of the cue ball. Well, the best frame of the match by far. Got started with 51, Hawkins cleared with 50. We're all square at 2 each, both players. They'll be a bit abused about what's happened so far.
And Hawkins was, in fact, on a roll because he won a third frame in a row after the interval. It was a scrappy one to take the lead for the first time at 3-2. And we're going to head back into the sixth now. The Hawk is trailing by 40 points to 64.
That's a pretty good kiss. Would he have a attempt at this one? The fact that it is frame ball.
Very tempting. Ooh, hold on a minute. What's he spotted? Slow roll behind the brown. He's looked at. If the cue ball rolls off, it's not good. I think he's going for the pot. Perhaps he wasn't looking at the slow roll behind the brown. Hoping to get that cue ball in behind the brown somehow. Oh, don't tell me he's left the perfect angle for Barry Hawkins. 2 or 3 cushions and flick the brown out. Oh, awkward cueing though. That's Graham Dott's saviour.
Well, the shot is definitely on, Steve, isn't it? Bar for the awkward cueing, it is a natural. Side cushion, top cushion. He'll certainly be playing it, I would think, even though he's hampered. How's his luck? Good effort.
3.
Yeah, great effort. That pot was made, I don't know, 3 times harder because of the cueing over the brown. But regardless, he's got the green in, and now he has first crack at the good safety shot on the brown. It's good. Excellent weight.
Barry Hawkins, 3.
So Graham Dott's failure to clinch the frame in one visit when he was in prime position has given him a headache. Effectively a brown ball game.
It's quite a nice target with the blue and pink being where they are to play that safety shot, but he hasn't played this very well. But I don't think Barry will be taking this on. What's he done here? What has he done here? Well, clearly playing to push the brown by the middle pocket, but as you can clearly see, this is well cuttable.
Tried to go in off.
Nine.
Well, a very relieved Graham Dott, I feel.
15. The frame. Grimble.
And he walks off just to perhaps compose himself. 3-all.
Quietly as possible, please. Thank you.
Well, the standard has been a little better since the interval. Previous frame breaks of 40 from Barry Hawkins and 64 from Graham Dott. No player has yet taken the frame by the scruff of the neck and winning it at one visit. This attempt for Barry with the black being available.
Yes, guess you'd certainly expect the standard to get better, without being rude. It couldn't have got much worse. Two great players, two great champions, struggling out there in this first session of their 3-session match. Nice to see them getting stuck in a bit.
4.
Black pots. 2 reds are a problem by the black spot, so perhaps he'll leave that alone for a while. A nice angle on the blue will give him options. There's a chance of going down the right-hand side of the pack, pushing a red to the right corner, but of course he can always smash into them if he wants. And he does. Bit unlucky, perhaps. Nothing easy.
10.
Unless there's one through the gap.
Yes, a good effort that, wasn't it? There is one through the little cluster of reds there. There's 8 reds in the middle of the table there. The bottom one of the 5 pots into the corner, and I think he can score to get onto the black.
Yeah, if that's the case, it's not unlucky. Nice split.
I mean, almost, I think playing the cannon on the red helps, because then he's got the right angle on the next black to be playing the cannon. Well, he can play the cannon off the top cushion, so that's pretty good.
Should be able to shift these 2 reds at the same time, but he wants to make sure he's not messing the black spot up. Now, where does that black go?
There's a couple of times you've suggested Stevie, plays it a little bit firmer. It's a bit delicate with kisses sometimes.
That black's going to go as near as possible to its own spot in the line up the table without touching the white, but I think he has snookered himself on the red. Oh, it's tight. Must be close.
I think it pots, because he's got it quite thin, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's playing up the table away from the black. So even though that cue ball's fractionally behind the black, as you can see from our overhead, but the amount of times he's had a look at this, it must be incredibly close. Ooh. I don't think it goes, he's swerving it. Ew.
Well, the fact that it's not touching, obviously the referee, Terry Cameron, can't have it touching ball, so there's definitely that fraction, isn't there? Which means for me, he can hit very, very thin and pot it, but obviously he's down there, we're not.
It's the type of shot you're trying to talk yourself into playing it. He's talking himself into it. I don't think it does go. If you played that with left-hand side, you can swerve the cue ball round the black, and then when the side hits the red, it can straighten the shot up. So he doesn't have to hit as much of it as it would be a plain ball shot. But cutting his losses, disappointing.
Yeah, let's talk about
bad cannon, wasn't it? Really? I think he should have hit it far harder.
Absolutely, push both reds out of play.
What's the point of playing that with finesse?
Yeah, and there's himself to blame really where the black finished.
Okay, if he chooses to play the left-hand red fully and keeps the white ball on the left-hand side of the black, another story, but you can't ever guarantee how the cue ball comes off the cushion.
And it wasn't even have to play with a lot of side as well. It was almost a plain ball shot to bring the 2 reds into play. We may be able to show you that in a second to explain what we're talking about. This was the position he had on the black here. Now just play it firm, just a little bit aside, push both reds out of the way. And with the fact that he didn't hit hard enough, that's the reason he's black going on its own spot, snookered himself.
Yeah, if you'd played it 10 times, you'd have probably always, perhaps 8, 9 times out of 10, it would have probably resolved itself. But just asking for a little bit of trouble, and he got it. Flick. Not enough. could be a problem for Graham Dott. On first viewing, his escape paths back to baulk seem limited.
Playing this swing the cue ball round to leave it in the same position as it is now. Too thick. Far too thick.
One.
The only thing he's worried about here, can he generate enough pace to pop this red and bites the white on and off the cushion to be on the black? It looks like he's got a good enough angle to do that, especially with this back cushion being a little bit more responsive than it has been in the first few days. Yep, just got it enough. Didn't want to finish straight, that's the reason he took a little bit of time on that shot.
Nine.
As you can see from that picture, the red's not available into the left-hand corner, so just have to leave a thin cut. Not too sure whether you can guarantee missing the kiss on the two reds to the right. There's
16.
enough room just to screw by them and just come off side cushion and baulk cushion to play for one of the baulk colours, or even the blue in the middle.
$70.
And that's good recovery.
$22. $23.
He's a lovely player to watch, Barry Hawkins, when he's in and around the black spot area. Cues very, very smoothly. Keeps very, very parallel with his cue. A lot of players these days are playing slightly off parallel and still get the same reaction. But not a lot can go wrong with that
31.
action. Almost the perfect cue action.
$38. 39.
57-point lead, so 2 more reds. And Barry Hawkins would definitely be no worse than level going into the second session.
$46. $47.
Both reds available into the middle, but if he has the angle, he'll probably nudge one of them away rather than play for the middle. Depends on whether he feels he's got a good angle on this black. Decided to play for the middle. 72-point lead. 67 on.
54.
This red goes in, guaranteed to be frame over.
Barry Hawkins, 54.
So, barring snookers, Barry Hawkins goes 4-3 in front.
One.
Should Graham Dott be able to successfully negotiate these 3 reds in the top half of the table? Big if. That red by the yellow would have caused the possible problems, but Barry Hawkins, oh, that's a poor shot. That really is. Thought he could.
Dott, 8. Frame.
He's given
Barry
up.
Hawkins.
Obviously, the red goes in the middle pocket. Barry Hawkins gratefully receives a 4-3 lead.
Yeah, well, Barry Hawkins has come to the Crucible in good form because he won the most recent of his 3 world ranking titles, the World Grand Prix in February. But can he put some proper distance in this session between himself and the former world champion? Last of the session coming up.
Well, that was in the balance as that that red went down the table. You could see. I couldn't predict whether that was going in or not. Graham Dott stayed there. He thought he got it.
One.
First chance for Barry Hawkins. Can pot the blue. Cannon into the pink. It would open up some reds, but you can't guarantee position. I don't know if he played it like that. Didn't hit it hard, did he? Didn't go into them hard.
6.
So
Yes, he probably felt he would push a red towards the corner in, knowing that he got this as a bonus. Should the desired position go wrong, it went wrong, but he still had that red in the middle. Similar sort of shot here. He doesn't have to play massively firm, but I'd be playing the red next to the pink, pacey.
doesn't want to mess the black area up because that's nice and free at the moment, so perhaps that's why he's going in softly.
That's exactly what he did. Hit the red next to pink, brought everything into play, and should win the frame from this position. This is an excellent shot.
Yeah, that was lovely, and didn't risk any of those reds creeping towards the black. Looks like the red into the right corners the one, even though queuing is awkward.
$13.
Stunning through the gap between the two reds. I don't think there's any way it can go wrong. He can just play the plain ball shot off the side cushion, as many reds go into the right corner.
Just shows you how cruel this game can be sometimes if you don't, or if you do miss easy shots like Graham Dott did in the first 4 frames and could and should have won the first 4. All of a sudden he comes out of this session 5-3 behind.
21.
Not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination, but he knows he should be leading. It's always a little bit frustrating having to prepare for tonight's second session with a little bit of negativity in your mind.
Yeah, and regardless of the mentality of both players, as every player deals with disappointment in different ways, it's a lot easier
28.
to recover from a bad session when you've ended up winning it. Barry Hawkins won't beat himself up anywhere near as much as potentially Graham Dott will.
$29.
Fascinating session nonetheless. We're so used to seeing a bombardment of breaks and enthusing about the overall standard of these players. But this in its own way is just as gripping.
Yes, it just shows you how, A, how difficult the game is, and B, how much it means to both these players. Barry Hawkins, one of the best players never to win the World Championship. Graham Dott trying to realise an ambition of winning it for the second time.
$35. $42. $43.
Normal service has been resumed for Barry Hawkins. Looking much more like the predator he is. All of a sudden doesn't look like he's going to put a foot wrong.
50.
At the start, it looked like he had 2 left feet.
$51. Yep.
It's undoubtedly going to be the highest break of the match for Barry Hawkins with this black going. It's amazing enough, only 54 at the moment. Played the little cannon, missed it, but knowing that he's bound to be on another one anyway, so that was a choice of 2 shots there. He's played for all 3 reds. He's played
50.
the cannon. If he misses the cannon, he knows he's going to be on choice of reds.
59.
I'll be very surprised if he doesn't make a century now.
$66.
There'll be a round of applause should this red go in, knowing that this is frame ball.
67.
There it is, frame ball. Major crucible crowd, knowing that that was all he needed. And now he can just concentrate on making a century.
$74. $75.
Well, this is the only time either player has had the cue ball on a string. Been a perfect break this so far. Barry Hawkins has already made 29 centuries this season. This will be his 30th.
82.
Said he had 1 in the tournament so far. This looks like being his 2nd. And this will be the 45th century. I'm sure the record's going to go this year. I think there'll be over 100 centuries before we're finished.
90. 91.
Oh, what a shame. Looks to make a century. It was working like the first 7 frames, but awesome that the 8th frame. Barry Hawkins will be more than delighted to have won this session by 5 frames to 3, going to the second session this evening.
Yeah, back at 7 o'clock for the next 8 frames of that match. And good play in the end from Barry Hawkins in what we always knew was going to be a very tough tactical battle between the two of them. Is the scoring patterns in terms of their heavy contributions going to be the deciding factor in this one?
Yeah, very much so. I said that to, I can't remember who I was talking about. I thought this would be, as you say, the deciding factor. Barry does score. He wins more frames in one visit. Graham makes a lot of 40s, 50s, 60s, but doesn't kill the frames off in one visit the same way that Barry does. So, yeah, I expect him to slowly edge his way away in this match.
We were talking about Graham's consistency of scoring. I was looking up in the qualifying matches, 19 half-centuries in 3 qualifying matches, and he's made, what, 3, I think, in the first match against Ali Carter. It is good scoring, but with him not being as regularly involved at the sharp end of tournaments now, is that a contributing factor as well?
Yeah, I think Barry's obviously been at the business end of, or he is, almost every tournament now. He's one of the names that you can't discount. I mean, we always talk about the Selbys, the Sullivans, the Higgins, Trumps, maybe to win tournaments, but we forget how consistent Barry Hawkins has become and regularly getting to semis and finals. I think he won a tournament early in the season. He had 5 centuries in the final against Ryan Day, so he's a ferocious scorer when he gets going.
Yeah, that was that World Grand Prix we were talking about in Preston, absolutely. And he's had a couple of near misses. In fact, he's had a little bit of bad luck as well. Do you remember at the Masters, Joe Perry came back in that semi-final when he was all but across the line, Barry, and of course Fergal O'Brien made 5 centuries against him at the UK Championship. But he works hard, doesn't he? And he's always underestimated coming into the Crucible in some respects. He's never one of the heavy favourites in the betting.
No, and I'm as guilty as anyone of not including him in my choices to win tournaments. I think Marco Fu's another that deserves more attention and cannot be overlooked. But I think, going back to what you were saying about Graham Dott, yeah, 50s is good and it makes him a very tough player to beat, very, very, very solid. But at this level, to go on and win these tournaments, you have to be killing off more frames in one visit.
OK, well, there's certainly a lot of mileage left in this one, but it's Hawkins for the moment, 5-3 in front. Well, 8 days in Sheffield, 8.5 actually, have now passed in a complete blur. But emerging sharply into focus are these fellas who are striding into the second week of the championship. And if you were with us last night on the Red Button, you will have seen an absolutely superb conclusion to that John Higgins-Mark Allen match, one of the finest we have seen in many a year here at the Crucible, and it's John Higgins who marches on. Now, there was a little bit of controversy, you know, about the pot quiz, and John was involved because many of you eagle-eyed out there were saying, wasn't John's time quicker or at least equal with that of Marco Fu, our leader? Well, our boffins have been on the case and we can definitively assure you that there is at least 3/4 of a second between Fu and Higgins. It's all very, very serious business in the pot quiz. However, Graham Dott might change all of that. Let's see how he does.
Welcome to another edition of Pot Quiz, and our contestant today, the 2006 World Champion, Graham Dott. Graham, I've seen the questions. because I am the question master, and I've looked at these, and I estimate that you're going to be OK. 4 of these questions I think you're going to get right. So far, if we look at our time board, our leaderboard, Marco Fu with 1 minute 27 seconds, just pipping John Higgins 1:28. But what I would say is that all the players, it's been littered with mistakes so far. So anybody can get all the balls in, I think it's going to crash it. So, your first question, Graham. Every question you get right, a ball is taken off the table. Then you put all the balls and finally finish off on the black. Your first question. Who is the only man that you have played 3 times here at the Crucible?
I knew I wouldn't get any of these right. It's no Sullivan. It's no Ebden. It's no Higgins. I don't know that.
I don't have to hurry you. There's no shot. There's no shot clock.
There's no shot clock.
No, you can take as much time. We can edit it. I mean, like, honestly, there's no tournament on. We can just do what you like. I'm going to have to pass this over a bonus point to nobody.
Oh, I don't know that. I don't know it.
OK, you don't know?
I don't know it.
But have a guess. Have a stab at it. I feel like Catherine Tate. Go on. Have a... Think of a player.
I think I could name a player, but I know it's not him.
Well, name one.
Well, I could name Ken, but I know it's not Ken.
Well, it's not Ken.
I know that.
No, it was Peter Ebden.
Oh, I said it wasn't Peter Ebden.
I know you did, so you're never going to get it right.
I wasn't going to get it right.
OK, no balls off so far. Jesus, this is longer than the match we played. When you won the world title in 2006, who did you beat in the quarter-final and semi-final?
Neil Robertson in the quarter-finals and Sullivan in the semi-final.
Correct, for 1 point. 1 ball. What is your highest break here at the Crucible Theatre?
146.
146, correct. In the semi-final against Mark Selby, 2 balls. Bit depressing, this one. Who beat you on your Crucible debut in 1997?
James Watner.
James Watner in round 1, correct. And for the 5th question, a non-snooker question to some degree. What was the #1 hit in the UK charts on the day you won the world title in 2006? It's a multiple choice question. Okay. Was it A, Crazy by Gnarls Barkley, B, Sorry by Madonna, or C, Edge of Heaven by Wham?
Well, it must be the first one. It must be.
Crazy.
Crazy.
OK, correct for another point, yes.
Right. What's the tactics?
So, take 4 reds off. I can't possibly help you with the tactics because I don't know. I hold the lowest record.
Oh, have you? Right, OK, I'll take that one away.
1 red off.
I'll start from there and I'll take that one.
Yeah, OK.
2 more, isn't it?
2 more, yeah, that's 4. Yeah, OK. So you're going to play this shot and then run around the table and pot the next ball? You're losing time walking around the table?
Plan. Don't worry about that. That's the plan.
The shot clock will start the moment you hit the cue ball. And he's off. He's off the mark. A little jog around the table, nice. Trying to say it doesn't matter to him, but he wants to win that title. Oh. Just about sneaks in. He's changed his mind. He's lost precious seconds. Nice positive strike. It's not as straight as he'd like. So far, no mistakes. We'll get a time in a minute. That was a good shot. I'd say that's about 30 seconds. It might be a bit more, I'm not too sure. 40 seconds, we're on 40 seconds now, plenty of time. That's a confident shot. 50 seconds and no mistakes so far. Plenty of time. No, he's missed it, he's missed it. Oh, my goodness. He doesn't have to wait for that red to stop. This red's coming down 1 minute so far. Minute 7. He's playing the roll-up, a nice line up there. 127 to beat. And that's got to go down as a schoolboy error. He's on 120, and all of a sudden, there's the groan at the Winter Garden. And that's a great recovery, but it's just And and he's got to get the rest out. He's left-handed. Oh, a lovely finish. Congratulations. I don't think I can build the tension up here. It's not like 1 minute. The lowest score is Stuart Bingham 1:44. Just a point there.
I think they're not.
1 minute 39 seconds. So in you go into that place there. So
second last.
Yeah, Graham, a great champion and a great sport, and great to see him enjoying himself and a few laughs away from the tensions in the Crucible. All right, but the tension in the Crucible is about to ramp up again because we are just about to go live there for our afternoon sessions on this Sunday afternoon, so sit back and get ready for that. And the action features our defending champion, Mark Selby. Now, Mark completed that clinical victory over Fergal O'Brien on the opening day last Saturday. He's had 6 days off before returning last night for his second round match against Xiao Guodong. And just to remind you, this is how their first 8 frames went last night.
Every match is a tough game you're playing, so you know you're not going to get any easy matches. Fortunately for me, I played quite a decent game first round. Fergal didn't perform like we know he's capable of, and that's why the scoreline was like it was.
But it's there, and the world #1 defending champion is into the second round by 10 frames to 2.
I do feel a little bit more relaxed this year as defending champion to what I did the very first time because I'm not going in there blind. I know what to expect, and I think I sort of showed that a little bit in the first round game. Xiao, I've only played him a few times, I think, but it's always been in the shorter formats, the best of 7s. Obviously, I know he's a great player. He played well in his first round game against Ryan Day, looked very confident. And yeah, he's been bordering the top 16 a few years ago. Sort of probably the last 2 or 3 years, sort of hit a little bit of a brick wall, not really kicked on as much as he'd like. But he seems to be coming back into form now. Going into the World Championships, he probably wasn't that confident because his season's probably not been as good as what he'd like. But then he's gone there, he's won 3 matches qualifying for the biggest tournament we play in. Come here, I think you've seen that confidence on the table against Ryan Day in that first round, and he's gone on and won that, and he's going to be confident going into my match.
Oh, you're kidding me. Just took his eye off the pot. Rather than 2, Mark Selby may decide to play the double there. Oh, Guodong had the first chance in this frame, didn't score enough. Mark Selby replied with 67 to take the opening frame.
Well, that 58 ties up another frame for Mark Selby. He's in control here. He's 2-0 in front.
What a fabulous pot. That puts the frame beyond any doubt now. Mark Selby's one of those players, Terry, isn't he? They'll know now that if he clears up here to pinch the frame, he knows how much that'll hurt, Xiao.
Mark Selby now is another frame in front. 5 frames to 1. Oh, he struck out nicely. That'll give him a bit of confidence.
Closes the gap, but he's still 3 behind at 5-2.
It's been a tough whole session for Guodong. He got very close to getting a 5-3. But of course, it's our defending champion, Mark Selby, who wins this first session by 6 frames to 2.
So, second round, second session is calling for Mark Selby and Xiao Guodong. There he is, just waiting backstage. And the same is true for Scotland's Stephen Maguire, who holds a lead of exactly the same 4-frame margin as Selby in his match against Rory McLeod, the man who toppled Trump. And that man of many talents, John Parrott, has exchanged his pundit's hat for that of our MC this afternoon, and he wears it well. Over to you, John.
Thank you, Hazel. 2 matches this afternoon, both poised at 6-2, and what a fantastic atmosphere we've got in the Crucible today. And first out on table 2, a man still going strong at the age of 46, a giant slayer in round 1, beating Judd Trump from Wellingborough, Rory McLeod. And his opponent, a winner of 5 ranking titles from Scotland, Stephen Maguire. And on table 1, a qualifier fresh from a great victory over Ryan Day in round 1, from China, Xiao Guodong. And his opponent, a class act on and off the table, the defending champion of the world, Mark Selby.
So there's our afternoon lineup. It's Maguire against McLeod. That's online on the BBC Sport app and website. But we are on Defending Champion Watch for now. And on this second Sunday at the Crucible, it's time to welcome 2 champions who fought out the odd session together in the past. And they still talk to each other. It's Steve Davis and Dennis Taylor. Afternoon.
A very good afternoon, Hazel. A very good afternoon, everyone. Xiao Guodong gets this first frame underway. Could quite easily, as you've seen there in the build-up, could quite easily have been 5-3 behind rather than 6-2, but it's another day at the office and he'll be hoping to get off to a good start.
Yes, Dennis, it's a tall order to beat Mark Selby in his backyard.
Well, he was concerned about cannoning into the black and red there, and he missed the pot by a long way. I'll just show it to you again. So it's a half chance here. The young Chinese player. Oh, that's quite low for Mark Selby. 29%. Well, maybe that's why he missed that opening attempt by so much. But with this gentleman, he doesn't always have to play at his best to win. And first chance he gets, he'll try and get on the red that's closest to the black there. There's another 5 reds that are away from the main bunch. He's on the one just above that, but this looks a decent chance, as you can see. Can pot that, pot the black, and then get the red next to the black. Got the pink.
7.
If he wishes. The only thing with the pink, it might just have to go in behind that little mini triangle of reds. And the black's only available into one pocket, so let's see if the pink spot is in the clear. No, it's going as near to its own spot, directly behind it, because all the other spots are occupied. So he needs a couple more shots to get back into prime position here.
Very nice cue action Xiao Guodong has, and lovely guy and a good pro.
30.
Good diplomat, everything. Maybe not the best contact there, or maybe just under hit that shot a little. Betwixt and between, and a bit close to the blue to make the pot into the green pocket a certainty. So a bit more mileage with the cue ball. A lot of hilarity from the other table. One of the
19.
Biggest problems here at the Crucible, such an intimate atmosphere. You really do know what's going on the other table. That's a better strike, got the right side of the blue. Yeah, there's been times when players have been on 1-4-7 breaks on the other table and you just know what's happening. It's very hard to concentrate when that's happening.
Yeah, who'll ever forget when Cliff Thorburn was making the first ever maximum break here at the Crucible. His good friend and fellow Canadian, Big Bill Werbenick, was peeping round the curtain.
Yeah, when somebody is on a 1-4-7, you sort of, you know the numbers in your brain. So if you hear the numbers, you hear the crowd a bit more animated. You hear the number 120 and then 122. Play stops on the other table. Seems to have got into his rhythm very well here. Desperately wants to win this first frame. Goes without saying. But let's say it anyway.
Thank you. 29.
Yeah, it was 2014 when he last played at the Crucible, and he lost to Ali Carter 10 frames to 8 in the first round. It's hard to believe he's been a professional since 2008, so he served his apprenticeship and he's starting to push on now, as Steve said. Smashing lad. Well, they all are. They're all very nice, the Chinese players. I've seen Liang Wenbo out last night after he'd lost 44 on a deciding frame to Ding Xiaowei, and he was in the best of spirits. Very jovial Chinese player, and one of the characters in the game, you'd have to say, Steve. Your interview with him in the car was hilarious.
Well, it's no disgrace to lose in such a great match as the one that they played 45 out. I would imagine he probably had a few spirits last night as well. Deserves them. Textbook cue action, Dennis, isn't it? I mean, everything's right. Great stance, right leg back braced, good solid stance. Nothing moves 52. Other than his back arm, head rock solid. Can't ask for anything better than that.
Yeah, and if he gets a good angle on the pink here, he might be able to bring those reds. And look at the shape of them. It's like a little
63.
Has he got a good enough angle? He just needs a little nudge, as we show you this red just wobble slightly. Now then, where does the pink go? As we show you the nice split. Is the pink going to make things a little awkward? We can't tell at the moment. It is, you know. I hope it doesn't block. No, it'll go as close to that red, so it won't block the path of the red into the left corner. And he doesn't need that many more pots.
Bit close to the red for comfort. Some players struggle with this
59.
shot more than others. Obviously, if you double hit the cue ball, it's a push shot. Ooh.
60.
Okay. Sounded a bit funny. Might have got a kick on it a bit.
Yeah, it was definitely not a push shot there. But what a start for this Chinese player. Mark Selby had a go at a long red, didn't get anywhere near it, and he's had to sit there and watch this terrific break from Xiao Guodong.
68. $73. $74.
That's the frame safe. So Xiao can just relax now and see if he can make a century. What a way that would be to start. Just his second visit, and he's never made a century at the Crucible, so that would be another milestone 81. In his career.
$82.
He's going to need a thin one to cut this into the right middle pocket.
89.
Unless that red, I don't think the red next to the pink goes, so this is a cutback. And unlucky, no century break, but he won't be too concerned about that. Mark Selby made one mistake, and that was all it took for the young Chinese player to take the frame. He closes to 3 behind at 6-3.
Great win there for Xiao Guodong, and thank you so much for sending in your trick shots. They have been trickling in, if you pardon the pun, and the best of the bunch so far is this one from Tom Hill. And what is he going to make here? Let's find out. Beautifully weighted shot, Tom. Look at that. And we love it. Isn't that fantastic? Now, he doesn't say, Tom, how many takes that was, but we don't care. It was a great effect. What do you think? Your expert eye on that one, John?
I think that's excellent. I would be giving that between 7 and 8.
All right, OK. Can you beat it? Do try. It's hashtag BBC Snooker for your trick shots. And it doesn't just have to be with the snooker balls. We've seen earlier on Mr. O'Hara with basketballs. You name it, he had a go with it. So use your powers of invention and get them to us. Meanwhile, back to the serious business and the defending champion.
Thank you. Frame 10. Mark Selby to break.
that could be touching. Which means Mark Selby can just run away up to the safe end of the table. There's no point. I was just trying to say there before that noise from the other side of the arena. There was no point in Mark going in behind a colour there, because Xiao Guodong would just have played the same shot again into the side of the red. So. The twice that they played was going back a few years, 2010, 2011, and they were just in the PTC tournament, so nothing major. 4-3, 4-2 to Mark Selby as the scoreline. Played very well in the second session against Ryan Day. It was a little bit edgy, as Ryan was at the start of the match, but he was very solid. Whoa, I always fluked one. And he might drop on the yellow. He's holding his hand up to apologise, but it was quite an attacking type of safety shot he played it. But if he can pop this yellow and get up to the reds, he's got an early chance in this second frame.
Good shot. Always a risky shot, opening reds up. That was quite a strange type of safety shot for it to happen. Couldn't really have foreseen reds going towards that corner pocket, but hit it with such pace that you can't really guarantee. Well, there's a great chance here, Dennis, if he wants to trust to luck. Obviously there's an open red, but this green is begging to be potted, and such a wide area to cannon into. Couldn't fail to disturb reds. He's got to go in hard, though.
Yep, they're all covering each other, so that's the shot that Steve was suggesting, and I think it's a pretty good choice. Any sort of cannon he was going to open a few up. Didn't open that many up, but he's nicely on the red, so he'll have to play up for the balk colour, and he could play a similar type shot to the one he's just played.
Yeah, could consider himself a little unlucky there. Couldn't really have foreseen pushing the black. Safe. Okay, another bash.
Yeah, a controlled bash.
Yeah. I'd say, you know, give it plenty. He didn't give it plenty.
11.
Didn't quite get enough right-hand side on that. So he didn't get the cannon as intended. What has he spotted into the middle pocket? Can he put that and screw back for the black? That would be some shot.
Yeah, it looks like it's a shot to nothing. A free go into the middle pocket. Be very unlucky to leave anything on. Well, okay, you can dig him out for a poor positional shot there, I suppose, but just sneaked by, didn't it? Perhaps he was hoping for a full ball kiss on the red, but he should have been leaving it short.
Full ball.
Yeah, I think he just got into it a bit too much. But he hasn't played that very
Xiao
well.
12.
Now, there's 2 reds that Mark Selby's having a look at, but I don't think they're a plant. Otherwise, he'd have been playing it. This is where he's so good, Mark Selby. Not only one of the greatest break builders the game's ever seen, his tactical play is superb as well. Just enough room to play the one above the pink and get it thin to get back down again. Just pushed one over the pocket though. Oh no, it's all right. As long as the cue ball pulls up. Now that'll do nicely.
Yeah, he's blocked paths off down the left-hand side of the table, giving Mark Selby a problem. These days, I think very few players at the top of the game are poor in the safety department. It is a means to an end. But it's tough to get your opponent to make a mistake from safety. Unless Mark Selby can... We've spotted a one cushion escape, effectively an escape onto the top cushion. He can have 2 goes at this as a miss. Nicely played. Gudong can more or less repeat the operation unless he's got a pot into the green pocket, but that's very risky. Cue ball is going to end up more or less where it was the shot before, and so will the red. Fractionally different position for the cue ball. Mark Selby doesn't seem to have the one cushion escape, but what he does have as a last resort is to slowly roll the red down the cushion into the pocket, and if he misses, there's the possibility that the cue ball will end up in the jaws of the top pocket, but that is very much a last resort shot. He's playing the red on the top cushion, thin. Doesn't want to hit this thick. Good enough. Just, perhaps, as I recover.
Yeah, he's left a possible long pot on, and we know how good
Perhaps not good enough.
Xiao Gudong is at this type of shot. But just looking at the angle he has, can he follow through without hitting the black? I don't think so. So you'll have to be very precise with this. And that's a terrific shot, and he's a little bit unlucky, because a full ball cannon in the red, he would have left himself an easy black. But I mean, they're so good at this type of shot, long pots. Your safety's got to be spot on.
Yeah, the only thing about that shot was that position wasn't guaranteed, so perhaps Mark Selby made it just difficult enough. That's me digging myself out of the hole.
He'll probably clear up now, Steve.
Yeah. Well, good luck to him if he pots his black. This is missable.
was looking a little cannon on that. A half-ball cannon on that red that he just slipped past, and he would have been perfect. I think they're all covering each other now. That was very unlucky. It was a difficult black. You can see they're all blocking each other, but if he had just caught that red, he would have left 3 easy reds for himself. When he's looking at the possibility of a plant with quite a bit of distance between the 2 reds, okay, he's got a bit of safety in mind. He can play for a balk colour, but he'll need to be very accurate with the plant. You know, it's not in line for the pocket. No.
Xiao Gudong, 8.
It definitely was worth the risk, because he would have been on the brown there. Just show you it again, but he didn't quite judge it. Mark Selby normally would take this red up past the pink, but the green's in the way, so he's hampered. So there's no value in risking that. There's a big area to play the safety shot into there, with the blue also up between the yellow and brown. Well, how should I say it? There's safety players, and then there's safety players. And Mark Selby is one of the safety players. When he does play the shot, he puts you bang in trouble. Some players will just play back down the table, but he knows exactly where he's going with the cue ball. And that was the reason I nicknamed him Satnav Selby, because he knows his way around the table so well. This is a tricky little thin snick he's playing here. Yeah. That was such a good safety shot that Mark Selby played. He's created this opening, forced the error from Xiao Gudong.
One. Four.
He's going to need one of those 2 reds on the top cushion to win the frame in this visit. It's not necessary for a player to know this at this stage of the break, but after a few more reds, it would be more critical to do the maths. Most of your concentration, Dennis, is on the shot in hand, where you want the ball for the next shot.
12.
You can't be spending too much time analysing which balls you need so early in a break, but it's handy if you've got a quick brain for that.
13.
Just finished a little awkward. The cannon didn't quite work out. He might have to head away up the table now.
Right.
And the blue's not on the spot, which would have helped. So he's going to have to play for possibly the green from this situation, believe it or not. Well, if he can play a little cannon, he might be okay. He can stay up here with the cannon. No, he's gone up for the green, as I mentioned. Just wasn't the angle to play the cannon there and stay for pink or black. That's where you've got to hit the ball when you play a screw back shot, right down at the bottom near the cloth, a little bit as if the ball was a clock face. You're hitting it at 6 o'clock to screw back.
Sense that trademark shake of Mark Selby. Amazing, isn't it? One of the greatest match players the game has ever seen. There's just a little shake in the body when he plays the shots. You wouldn't know it, would you, from the way he delivers a cue. And the same for John Higgins.
31.
Forget the movement side to side. People think he's moving on the shot. He's not. By the time he pulls that cue back for the last go, he's settled and he's rock solid on the shot. Bit low in pace there, though. Made this a bit more
39.
difficult. I think he can hold it, but he doesn't want to clip the other red. Pushes it towards the pink. Ooh, it's getting worse.
40.
Well, he's possibly sacrificed
46.
the ideal position on the black for the last two reds. And this had to be critical,
47.
and I think he's got it perfectly. That is just nailed on.
He had to be so precise that side, Steve.
The other side's easier, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, if he had been able to get into the circle there, he could have potted the black and cannoned that out. He had a bit more margin for error with that. Going that side, he had to be absolutely spot on to pot the black and run through and disturb them.
It's not guaranteed, though, this cannon will develop a red. He'd like to play it with power, but he may be too wide for that. The controlled breakout is desirable if he knows exactly how it's going to go.
I don't think he can get the cannon. He couldn't.
No,
he had
on the TV. It looked.
Yeah.
The top shot looked absolutely perfect.
No, couldn't get the cannon, so now he's got that tricky little one along the cushion. He only needs this in the black or pink.
They've been going in along the tops.
55.
Makes a big difference to the players' confidence in playing those shots if they've seen loads drop. Do you think they're big, the pockets, this year? What do you reckon, Dennis? You've watched so
62.
much snooker here. It's hard to quantify exactly, isn't it? It's supposed to be exactly the same size every tournament.
Well, a lot of the players that
Mark
are
Selby,
here
62.
and watching feel that they're slightly easier. Meanwhile, that should be enough to open up the 4-frame advantage again. And when you have a lead like 6-2, Steve, I don't know about you, but I used to, you know, at the back of the mind you had, if I can keep sharing the sessions, I'm through to the next round.
Yeah, you sort of look that way and say you could coast in, but there's never such a thing as coasting in. One thing I have noticed, and I must admit I'm unobservant year on year, but the fall of the slate I've spotted doesn't seem as sharp as it used to be. They used to make the falls of the slate very sharp, like a cliff edge, but there's a bit of beveling on the slate, not easy to see from the camera positions we have, but it makes the cloth easier to put in, but it effectively makes the fall of the slate a bit further out, makes the pockets a bit easier.
Oh, that is much too interesting for me, Steve.
Shut up. Kick. 42 behind. 8 points in snookers needed. So Xiao Guodong does not want to really pot this red. If he didn't get on the black, it'd be 9 points in snookers. It would be the wrong shot to pot it, in my opinion. Surely he's not going to pot it.
Oh, he's got to get up onto the black if he does.
Oh well.
1.
And he has got on the black.
You know, the reason why is he now needs 2 lots of snookers successfully gained, as opposed to 1 on a free ball and some weird things happening if he kept that red on the table.
Yeah, sometimes the 1 snooker's enough because you have the free ball situation. But he's got a good chance to get the first of the 2 snookers that he needs if he screws this white far enough up the table.
Peter Ebdon got 4 snookers in his first round match. It's not impossible.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was against Stuart Bingham, who declared a foul on him, on himself. It wasn't a foul. He thought he touched the black, but we clearly could see he didn't. And Peter won that frame. But here's the first snooker coming up.
It's not getting the snooker. Excellent shot from Guodong. He's made it
Xiao
difficult.
Guodong. 8.
It's just highly unlikely against a top-class player that you can get him to miss on 2 occasions. 1 is sort of acceptable. But this is a good effort, this one. This is an element of a problem with this. Looks like he's going up and down the table, and the reason Mark Selby's going up and down the table with the long rest, he gets 2 chances on the way up and then off the back cushion as well. Quite a big target area.
Yeah, but still, it'll test Satnav Selby here. He's going to go in off. Oh, not quite. Now he could be back behind the black again. But as you say, Steve, he's going to hit a high percentage of snookers anyway. So we say he needs 2 snookers. In theory, he'll need a lot more than that.
Nice shot, and in some ways this is a more difficult escape, sometimes harder to judge off 1 cushion. Got to be careful of a free ball as well.
Another chance to get in behind the black, and there'll be a lot more distance between object and cue ball if he can judge it.
I think as a matter of procedure at tactical level in professional snooker, it is wrong to pot that last red in Guodong's position. Excellent shot again, but cue ball's pretty close to the... Oh, you can see it anyway. Yellow's close to the cushion, so it wouldn't have been a problem, I don't think. This looks good.
I was just going to say before he played that shot, I watched the match where Mark Selby must have got about 5 or 6 snookers. Can't remember the tournament, but it was unbelievable, some of the snookers that he was putting his opponent in. Oh, these are nice shots. These used to be my favourites. Yeah, in fact, Xiao Dott has conceded, and Mark Selby has took the second frame, and he's back 4 frames in the lead again at 7-3.
And this young man, Xiao Dott, we were talking about him whilst we're watching that frame. And Stephen, you've been impressed with him over the last few years when it looked like he was going to really streak up the rankings.
Yeah, I played him years ago in China in an exhibition, and he knocked in 130 on total clearance against me. And I thought he had every shot in the game. He was really. I thought he was, after Ding, he was going to be the next big thing from China. All the shots, very, very talented, but it hasn't really happened for him in terms of, you know, getting into the top 16, maybe, you know, winning big tournaments, getting to semis. He's not a regular. We don't see him regularly at the venue enough. So for whatever reason, whether it's, you know, bottle or doesn't, you know, freezes in the big stage, I don't know.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned it, Stephen, because he did get to the Shanghai Masters final. He was beaten by Ding, I think, 4 years ago, and he did get up to world number 19, as I recall, but he's now down at number 44, and I heard Mark Selby mention it in his piece of video before we started this match, and it is a bit of a mystery why he's not pushed on.
Yep, I say maybe he's just... I don't know, he got as far as 19 and just that was his limit, and whether he's still practicing enough or whether, you know, other players have improved more, but yeah, he just hasn't achieved what I expect him to when I seen him years ago.
And overall, Stephen, the state of this match and the way that Mark Selby is playing, it was a very efficient clinical job against Fergal O'Brien last year. We haven't really seen the real Mark Selby pressured as yet.
Yeah, that's important. We won't know. I mean, we know his credentials for winning this title, you know, without a doubt. But yeah, it's always interesting to see the favourites when they're pushed, what they can come up with. Ronnie was pushed in his first round and came up with the goods there.
Sure did. All right, back we go.
Well, Steve, he's faced with a shot he had in the opening frame. He missed a long pot and he sat down for the remainder of the frame. Can he get a bit closer to this one?
Our survey said. Some nice words from John Parrott in the studio there, weren't there?
Oh, look at this. Nearly potted 2 balls in there. That was, he's holding his hand up, but I don't know why, because he tried an attack. Oh, did the red go in?
Yeah.
Oh. I'm looking at the 2 over the pocket. My goodness.
Well, it's a second very aggressive safety shot he's played. He hadn't got a clue where the reds were going, but he tried to get a good white ball. And now, and one good pot on the green. Bit of pressure on this. Excellent.
Look at the other 2 have finished. He nearly potted 3 balls in the one pocket. And he's got the plant, and that'll leave another one over the pocket, and he can get out onto the black nicely. What a fluke.
Five.
We couldn't ask for a nicer split of reds here. Gudong, one of the players who, before he starts to move the cue forwards for his last hit, has his eyes fixed firmly on the object ball. That apparently is the theory of how to play the game, but plenty of players, including some of the greats of the game, don't use that method. Ding Junhui does.
21.
Jimmy White does. Stephen Hendry didn't, nor did Mark Williams.
$28. $29.
Looks to have a slight angle on the black. Could stun up the right-hand side of the table. Or he can screw back for the red into the same pocket, or even into the left corner. Undecided. So the best thing, stand up, regroup, make your mind up before you play the shot. Had to judge the weight of that pretty accurately. He could have played it more as a power shot for the red into the left corner. Starting to run out of
37.
Reds in the open. And a bit of a weird pack to try and go into. So what he doesn't want to do with this one, Dennis, is leave himself straight on the black.
42.
Yeah, this is more or less the last red that's in that little bunch that's available to him. And he's got, well, I was going to say enough angle to play another cannon. I think he still can do. So this is a key shot coming up here. Couldn't have played it any better. Couldn't have played it any better.
50.
As we show you it again, he caught that red absolutely spot on. And, well,
51.
He's going to do what he did in the opening frame, but it was with the aid of a tremendous fluke, it has to be said.
Give him credit for trying to force the issue here in this second session. He knows he's got to make something happen, so that aggressive safety shot that he played, as he looks like he's more or less over the line in this frame. Look at that. Still some work to do, but surely he can get on one of these reds. Bit of left-hand side, widen the angle off the cushion. No side. Looked like he played it with side.
58.
As it had turned out, he didn't at all. Just played for the red in the middle. My mistake.
Oh, he's overscrewed that slightly. Now he's going to have to use a red again to stop the white from running away up the table. But there is the red that's next to the yellow, but that was just a careless little positional shot that he's played there.
If he pots a black plain ball, it looks like he's going to collide with the left-hand side of the red. He'd probably be on the other red, but he's playing a shot with backspin to try and change the angle.
That'll do nicely. He's 66 ahead, so just a
66.
couple more pots needed. And once again in with a chance of making his very first century at the Crucible Theatre. And that's the one that should see him over the line here.
67.
Then this is the biggest match of his career to date, I'm sure, and then probably his biggest audience back home in China, willing him on.
72.
Of course, they saw a great match between Ding Junhui and Liang Wenbo recently, last night, and
73.
apparently, speaking to some of the Chinese press, they much prefer to see their players playing against other players rather than their own countrymen.
And the frame is well and truly safe, and
79.
we've seen Xiao Guodong just hold his hand up here,
86.
just apologising.
87.
I think if you had done that with me, Stephen, when I was playing you, I might have just smacked your hand off.
I never really saw the point of apologising. I mean, like, you're delighted.
93.
And also, it's not something you played. You had no part in it, really.
94.
The lack of skill. You apologise for lack of skill.
Just needs the red. Keep going. As he oh, it needs to pull up, and it has.
99.
There we go. Xiao Guodong has made his first ever century break at the Crucible Theatre. And coming just at the right time. 86 is the target that was reached last year
104.
to equal the greatest number of centuries. It could well go this year.
106.
Every chance that will be beaten, although debatable whether it will get to 100 centuries. We're halfway through the tournament effectively, but of course, come the semi-finals,
113.
we go down to a one-table setup.
118.
The standard is getting better in this match, as is this Chinese player.
124.
A very timely 131 break from Xiao Guodong. He kept Mark in his seat for the whole of that frame after that fluke. And he's back just 3 behind. 7-4 to Mark Selby.
Oh, congratulations. That's a fantastic break and a real landmark moment for any player to make you first at the Crucible, John.
Yeah, came off a fluke as well, didn't it? Which is, really won't mind about that. 147 from Cliff was off a fluke, so you can do it. But no, brilliant for him. And basically just reiterating what Stephen said before, you know, the fact that he looks like someone who's got all the shots. Where's he been?
Well, he's certainly here. Doesn't matter where he's been, he's in it now. Now, Steve Davis mentioned a couple of interesting points in the last frame. He was talking about the sharp edges and the fall of the slate. For those like me who are not really up on the minutiae of the technicalities, what is he talking about?
Oh, basically, when you come to the pocket, the inlet of the pocket, there's a fall on it. Basically, it's the line basically inside the pocket where the ball ordinarily either goes in or it doesn't. And it used to be cut completely square. So you knew whether the ball was in or not, there was no foot. What they've done is they've slightly beveled the back of it and chamfered it. So now it's got a drop off. Now they're saying it's not, it's exactly where the old fall used to be. But the combination of that plus the new cloth is definitely making them play easier. So whichever way they're doing it, I mean, I'll have an argument with them because we've been watching in the commentary box since it started. Balls along the top cushion, they're hitting cushions, should not be going in. So maybe it's a combination that they need to look at again. The reason he did it, by the way, is it used to split the cloth because the cloth is so difficult to fit. That's why they've chamfered them, but I'm not so sure it's a good idea.
OK, that's John's opinion. Back to you.
See what you started, Steve Davis, talking about the bevel on the slates. You've got everybody talking. They'll all the dear old grannies that are watching at home will be talking about the bevel on the slate. And
it's like that. If you see the top-class golf competition on the television, the hole's cut really sharply. You know, you go to your municipal course, it's like, you know, there's a slope down into the hole, and that's sort of effectively what we're talking about.
if there's a little safety duel here, I'm going to tell you a lovely story about a lady that sent a letter to David Vine in the early days of the Crucible. And this is a safety battle. David Vine told me the letter from the deal. He said, Mr. Vine, I realise why the game of snooker takes so long. When the players knock the balls in the pockets and they're walking around the table with their backs turned, the fellow with the white gloves takes them out and puts them back on the table. True story. Another good safety there from Xiao Guodong.
Bit of trouble. Got to play this thin enough to avoid contacting the red on the left side cushion. Too thin. Damage report. May have got away with it. I think he has. In its own way, as much of a fluke as Guodong's one in the last. Don't think Mark Selby apologised.
What could do with a touching ball here to resolve this little bit of a stalemate at the moment. There's no safety shot on to get back up the table. And as John Parrott, when he's with me, says, we could have a little bit of tipping and tapping going on here until they can resolve this bit of a stalemate. I don't know what's a tip and what's a tap, but they play it a few more times. Brendan Moore might decide to have a look at the players and start again.
Yeah, it's more become the players' decision these days. If they don't like it, just shut up shop and might as well be a re-rack. And actually I think the referees like that because it takes a sort of the tactical awareness that perhaps only a player would know. So
yeah, we don't want a premature re-rack. This will never catch on, this game. Yeah, they're looking at each other now. That's it. We've had enough. Set them up again, Brendan. And the right decision. We were going nowhere with that stalemate. Meanwhile, a bit of noise on the other side of the arena. They're in between frames. As you can see there, the crowd just a few of them stretching their legs.
Yeah, some people in for all 3 sessions of today. That's a lot of sitting down. Good start from Gudong today. It's 2-1 up in this session. It would be nice to be 3-1 up at the interval.
Mark Selby to break.
So away we go with the 12th frame for the second time. And not the best break off unless it pulls up. No, he can have a go at this red. It's to the right of the blue. Now this is a test of queuing. He won't leave a great deal. Only the red that he's taking on. Oh, that was close. That was very close. But does that red go up past the blue? If it does, Mark will take it on. Screw back for the black. He wouldn't be leaving anything either. So this could turn out to be a good chance if this goes in, because he can leave. If he left the white near enough the line that it is at the moment, he could pot the black and then go right into the bunch. No. Although Mark's leading 7-4, I think Xiao Gudong has potted more long balls than Mark has. It's heading up towards that corner pocket again. Needs to hit the green, and it has come to the rescue there.
Using those ball colours as defenders. Pretty decent safety shot usually. Puts your opponent in trouble in as much as they've got to play a shot down the table. Risking leaving that red in the balk area. Not so much from a potting perspective, but if you can then send that red back down the table, you could possibly put your opponent in trouble. Got a swerve to hit the left-hand side of this red. Nicely played.
No, the brown hasn't come to his rescue, so this is a bit of a chance for Xiao Gudong here.
Very fast cloth. Any kiss on a red like that safety shot tends to send a ball towards the opposite corner. Mark tried to keep it away, but couldn't.
One.
Didn't really commit too strongly to that shot. Obviously, the more effort he would have put in, the less accurate he could have been, and he had to make sure of the pot. So this isn't easy.
It's not a bad chance now.
7.
Now, the only problem is if he pots the red and the black, he'll come around to see where the black would spot, because it looks as if that red's on the black spot and it would go directly behind it and might put the red out of commission.
Might go on the green. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just slightly off its spot, so...
He wouldn't want that. He's got a more difficult red to play, but this is begging to be potted. We'll soon see what his choices are.
Eight.
I wonder if he's looked at the green. He probably knows more than we do. It's a weird one, isn't it? Has he seen where the green is?
Do you know, he might just think that the green's sitting on its spot.
Yeah.
And we'll find out very shortly where that black goes. Enough room on the green
50.
spot. Is that black still available? Does it pass the green, I wonder?
Well, it's nice if it does. He's got an angle on this red. Oh, yeah, he's got an angle on this red, straight back up for the black.
$60.
He didn't seem like he'd looked to check on that green spot, but he must have known.
It's very impressive, Steve, from the young Chinese player. He's, you know, he's made a break of 89 and then that magnificent 131. So he's playing really well here.
24.
And the mid-session interval coming up. If he could take this one and just be 2 behind, he'd be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, don't necessarily think Mark Selby's fans or self would look at it exactly the same way. They'd be focusing on the flukes.
29. $30. $37. $38. $45.
He's got one more red available after the black,
46.
and then he'll have to be looking for a way to bring a few more into play.
settling down very nicely in this second session of this best of 25 match. And he's obviously
53.
Playing decently. Put pay to Ryan Day's chances, the seed in the first round, and beat him comprehensively. 10-4. And in the qualifiers, he was pretty strong as well. Beat Mark King 10-4 in the final qualifying round. That was the mistake that Mark Selby made. Also in the round before, beating Mark 54. King, he beat the fast improving Sam Baird 10-4. Hasn't really been stretched.
Meanwhile, shakes his head, because when you play that shot that he played, it's difficult to judge when you're cannoning other reds. The pace, and he didn't judge it, and it's finished up near the cushion, which we'll just show it to you again. You know, sometimes you don't want to leave it short, but that time he just overdone it, and now he's in a bit of trouble because he got 54-point advantage. He was only 2 or 3 pots away from securing this frame.
Could put a ball safe here instead of playing the black. Could play a colour safe.
Xiao Guidong, 54.
As some insurance, because once again, I'd say probably a tactical error. Okay, so he pots the black and he's 61 in front, but Mark Selby's got the counter-attack with all the colours in open play. Why not put a colour safe? Refuse the 7 points. It's not worth it.
Well, maybe just a lack of experience, probably. We'll find out if Mark Selby does get a chance, because the 54-point advantage could disappear rapidly the way the table's sitting.
I mean, it is an error. I'm sorry, it's a big error, isn't it? I mean, because like, put a ball safe. Perhaps that goes some way to answering the question that Hazel was posing the lads in the studio. Why hasn't he kicked on? Perhaps shot selection in the tactical department is slightly lacking. Ooh, close.
Now, when he plays this safety shot, he doesn't want to push a red over the pocket, but he wouldn't mind pushing one towards a side cushion. Needs a good cue ball, but he might be able to get something near a cushion as a bit of insurance. Oh, there's a shot to nothing on for Mark Selby. He can cut a red that's just to the left of the pink spot into the right corner past the black and head up towards the ball colour. He's got another one that's closest to the black, which is much easier. And I think the way the reds are sitting, if he pulls this off, all of a sudden he's right back in this frame.
Well, I know there's a long way to go, but we've seen Mark Selby dish up hundreds of times on our TV screens. He'll know the significance of this one, Dennis.
Yeah, this really would hurt the young Chinese player, because yeah, he should have taken your advice and put a colour safe rather than just trying to get the extra 7 points.
7.
Misjudged that pink somewhat. He wanted to pot that red by the black spot, so a bit more difficult.
Eight.
won't be potting the black until that red has cleared from the black spot.
Ten. $11. $70.
Now he'll play for that red that Steve mentioned, the one that's near the black spot. And, when he puts that, he can play for the black, but he had that well worked out in advance.
$24.
Well, you can really see the focus in Mark Selby's face. He knows the importance of possibly pinching this frame and keeping his 4-frame advantage.
Mark Selby, a fraction quick up off the shot after he's played it. It's okay, he's not moving on the shot, but he's any quicker off the shot and he would actually be moving, but it's noticeably quicker than, say, a Sean Murphy, who keeps his head rock solid, or a John Higgins for a little bit longer after he's delivered the cue.
$33.
Now, if he's straight on the black, he's going to have to screw on and off the cushion. Well, no, he's got a slight angle, so he can power this in and slip in behind that red. Needs to get nicely on that one. He could screw back or power through his screw back, and it needs to pull up a little bit. Oh, it's going to finish a little bit awkward. Potting the red back into a blind pocket. He's looking away from the pocket. That's why he's coming around to look at the angle there.
This is a nasty cutback, especially if he's going to try and do anything with the cue ball. We saw Sean Murphy miss one of these. Beautiful shot.
41.
Just proving why he's the defending champion and has been world #1 for almost 2 years. It was Xiao Guodong that just ran slightly out of position and decided to just take the 7 points, but should have put a colour safe.
$50.
He's so clinical. He's done it so many times from this sort of position.
$53.
Brown, blue and pink needed.
$57. $62.
He's not bothered about the black.
I'm afraid.
And he looks absolutely delighted with himself. Xiao Guodong just made one little mistake, and the world champion cleared up and keeps that 4-frame advantage, 8-4.
Oh, and that's how to slap your opponent down after he'd made 130 in the last frame, and look for all the world that he might be taking 2 in a row. And just there was one situation that you think, John, sums up Xiao's approach a little bit here.
Well, obviously, you'll have to say also the fact that Selby cleared up. But look at this instance here. There's the table as it is. He's going to put, what, 7 points if he knocks the black and can't play position. He has got to put a board colour safe. He has got to put a colour safe. He's got an insurance. He needs an insurance policy on one of the side cushions, because all the balls in the middle of the table, you've got nothing there to save you if your opponent gets the next chance. He plays this, he misses it, and obviously Mark plays a few safety shots after that. But the balls are all there once they get opened up. And it's the minute difference between being a very good player and one of the top ones. And you know when someone like Selby, who's world #1, gets the chance, you know he's going to clear up.
Now, you know, it's not an experience, because as we've said, this fella's been around for a little while. Is it a difference in the way he thinks? Is it a difference in the way that he and the other Chinese actually play the game? Is there a difference in style, Steve?
I think it's just ringcraft. I think it's just I think maybe the reason he missed it is he inside maybe knew it was the wrong shot. You know, and it's just yeah, it's just a poor shot choice. It's not inexperience. It's just trying to pinch an extra 7 points. But when you're playing someone like Mark Selby, yeah, I mean, you could see Mark Selby visibly, because when you're at the top, you know when you should take your chance. You know what times in matches where I've got to clear up here, and this will really hurt your opponent.
It's a massive difference in that level from being a Selby and being where he is. It's just it's the right shot to play. The right shot there is to give yourself an insurance policy and see how the frame pans out. And even if Mark was clearing up, there'd be a brown tight on the side cushion. Well, let him go and clear up with that on there.
I must have, when I first seen it, I said I'd have taken it black on, but I bowed to my esteemed colleagues, Mr. Parrott, Mr. Davis, and I would have played the wrong shot as well.
It's all interpretation at the end of the day.
To be honest with you, he'd have been perfect on the black and cleared up, so we never got round to that.
you know it makes sense, John.
I had enough of them, don't worry.
Right, well, they're at their interval, and we're going to carry on showing you a little bit of inspiration, because many of you at home have taken inspiration from Shaun Murphy's incredible shot. Now, it wasn't a trick shot per se, because it was played in the heat of battle, but this one has launched quite a few copycats. It was against Ronnie O'Sullivan. Do you remember this?
Too sure what he's trying to do.
Well, he's coming off.
No.
Side cushion, top cushion, lots of right-hand side. This is risky. What a shot this is! Oh, unbelievable! Unbelievable! What a time to play an exhibition come trick shot in the World Championship at the Crucible. What a shot!
And copycat number 1, Declan Murray. OK, Declan, show us what you're made of. Not bad.
Come
Not bad, Declan. And this is Dan Cole.
No.
Get in, Dan. And you can see how absolutely delighted he is. Not bad, mind you. It's not at the Crucible, and it's not against Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, I like both of them. The left-hander says, but that one, the last one's brilliant, because it goes really wide and then he arcs the cue ball back.
That first one just reminds me, that's how I started playing one of them little tables. It brings back memories.
Tell you what, Declan, you have a career in this if you keep at it. And thank you very much for sending them in. Keep them coming. We're very much enjoying seeing them. But we're back into the heat of battle now. Speaking of that, it's Stephen Maguire. Now, Stephen Maguire, as you know, won his first match at the Crucible for fully 5 years. This is a guy that's appeared in 2 semi-finals in the past, and not since 2012 as he got over the first hurdle. He's come here this time as a qualifier. He beat Anthony McGill, thumped Anthony actually, 10-2 in the opening round. And he's up against Rory McLeod, the man who sent Judd Trump, the world #2, packing. They came into this session with Stephen 6-2 ahead, and we're going to see the first of their frames this afternoon. It's McLeod leading by 21 points, and it's Peter Evden who's teamed up with Willie Thorne here.
Well, the miss might not be taken here because this red passes into the yellow, towards the yellow pocket. So I don't think he'll take the miss, he'll take this red on. I was very impressed with Steve Maguire in the opening game against Anthony McGill, where amazingly he kept Anthony McGill off the table, so much so that Anthony McGill only scored 1 point in 7 frames. Now, I don't think that's ever been done at the Crucible before. Probably noticed that's the difference between these two players today. Steve Maguire, every possible chance he has to open the ball to try and win the frame at one visit, he'll take that chance. Rory tends to be a little bit more careful.
9.
This, Peter just mentioned a few moments ago, he has to score more heavy. He's only scored 2 breaks over 30 in the opening session. Needs to really knuckle down and try and win a frame at one visit just to get a bit of confidence in the balls.
Stephen Maguire will recognise the importance of this visit. With a 6-2 lead, he'll be wanting to keep Rory McLeod under as much pressure as possible.
15.
And Stephen scores so heavily in amongst the balls, normally, that you feel that Rory really will need to go up a gear or two to be able to compete in this match. That's not worked out perfectly. Does have a long red
22
into the yellow pocket, which is pretty straight. Screwing back for the black. Can almost play this as a shot to nothing. Well played.
23.
Yes, that could be a frame winner, that shot, couldn't it? Pink available into 2 or 3 of the top scoring pockets. The black is available into both corners. Right into the heart of the pocket, this one.
31.
The only thing that was missing from Stephen Maguire's ice break was only 71, but had lots of breaks above 40 in the opening session. And I believe this is going to be a very high one. Felt he had a little bit of a bad contact there, but still nicely on the red.
38. 39. 46. 47. 54. 55.
38-point lead, so he just needs another 2 reds, 2 colours, and then he can concentrate on making a century.
$62.
52.
63.
Glance at the scoreboard. Yeah, that'll tell him he needs one more red. Probably screw around 2 cushions to play the pink into the right-hand corner. Just a case of getting the right amount of side on here to bring it into open play. Could have done with a fraction harder, but it's no problem.
68.
Using the nice cannon on the pink just to bring it on and off the cushion again. He's one of those people, Steve Maguire, Peter, and he bullies you, doesn't he?
75.
You certainly have to be very strong when you play him.
76.
He certainly can be very intimidating around the table. But like anything else, Willie, you can only be bullied if you let somebody actually allow
81.
themselves to bully you. But he's a great player, that's for sure, and he's in great form. He's timing the ball really well.
Already the highest break of the match so far.
'87. 89. 92. 96.
Very well played. That's Steve Maguire's first century in this tournament. I'm sure there may be more. It's a 45th of the championship.
$107.
And what'll please Steve more than anything else, the balls are going right into the middle of the pocket. Rory McLeod has the first chance to be disappointed not to have scored more. Steve Maguire clears up with 114 to increase his lead to 7 frames to 2.
That's his first crucible century of this championship here in the venue. And if any more incentive were needed for Stephen Maguire, he is currently world number 24. If he goes on a run to the semi-finals, he'll vault straight back into the top 16, which, of course, he's not at the moment, and that's why he had to pre-qualify for this championship. So there's a lot riding on this run for the Scot. Now, into the next we go, and having established that great lead, it's McLeod here on a break of 48.
Rory McLeod, 48.
He'll be disappointed not to have won the frame there, but a nice break of 48. He's going right back into this frame. How good a safety shot is this, by the way? Take it down, Mr. Maguire. Excellent shot.
And from that excellent safety shot from Stephen Maguire, using lots of right hand side on the cue ball off 3 cushions. Rory McLeod is now in all sorts of trouble. It's a good hit. But it's the same old problem. It's not just hitting the object ball. It's trying to get it safe. And unfortunately for Rory, he hasn't managed to do that.
One.
Looks like another frame that's going to slip away from Roy now. That was a little unlucky not to have left anything a little bit more difficult once you'd hit the red half ball. Had every chance of getting the red safe, but the fact that he caught it so thick kept the white at this end of the table. He knows now he needs something
5.
ridiculous to happen to Maguire in the next few shots for him to be still in this frame in a few moments. He's up to it, including the blue, to be sure of winning the frame.
Six. $11. 13. 16.
So Stephen Maguire takes the first 2 frames this afternoon session. He'll be delighted.
25.
And now leads by 8 frames to 2.
And they share the next couple of frames. So at their interval, it's 9-3. Maguire stuck in a break of 61 in frame 12 to establish that 6 frames lead. And that will continue online and now on the red button as well. So perhaps, and I'm sure Stephen's already thought about this, it's an early finish. You never know if you can get the better of Rory a bit later. So before we go back to live play, however, we've had another trick shot in, and this one really is very innovative indeed. So hello, Fergus Baxter, age 8, and you win the prize for best use of Jenga bricks. Fantastic. Other building games are available, but fantastic. Well done, Fergus, and thanks again for sending that one in. All right, back to the serious business once again, and it's Selby Xiao, the defending champion, has established a very strong foothold in the game. 4 frames advantage once again, and it's back to Dennis and Steve. Here we go.
Thank you, Hazel, and as you join us, it's a pretty good break-off shot. Mark Selby snookered on all reds, but a terrific frame before the mid-session interval for Mark Selby to pinch. It's made such a difference to keep that 4-frame advantage. I suppose Mark would settle for more of the same if he could play this little mini session and share it 2 frames each. He'd still have his 4-frame lead going into tomorrow's final session. That's balls potted for the whole of the match. So Xiao Guodong's ahead on points. But at the end of the day, the pot success rate is ahead. How is he losing 8-4? That's the most important bit. It's the number of frames you win. There's a pot onto the left corner. You'd have to be very accurate, not only to knock the red in, but to get the gap between the black and reds. He's not even entertaining that. That's a typical Mark Selby safety shot there. It was like watching a game of bowls there as that white come up and just touch the red.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of the snooker players would be good bowlers. Gentleman in the studio, John Parrott, was a top junior bowler back in the day. Not too sure exactly whether it was a choice between one or the other, but I think he made the right decision. I think it was crown green bowls as well. Big up in the northwest. Four cushion escape with the cue ball. He could get it behind the yellow. Not just the yellow, but the blue helping as well. So Gudong has to hit this pretty thin.
Well, he didn't get it as thin as he would have liked. But once again, Mark Selby's left with a possible pot into the left corner, and he'd have to play some sort of cannon, because I can't see him finding a gap if he does. It's a very narrow gap with the cue ball. We'll find out very shortly, but it's got to make sure of the pot first of all. Oh, the gap he found there was amazing. Not only a good pot, but the gap he found for the cue ball. Have a look at this. Wow.
He'd have been delighted to see that get through there.
Five. Six.
The Blacks out of commission at the moment, playing for the pink there, but keep going back to the gap he found with the first shot. It's to pot the red and send the white through that little narrow gap there. This is what he attempted. I mean, that is so precise.
Yeah, certain paths that the cue ball takes are more natural than others. Didn't have to do a great deal in one respect, but still a marvellous shot, and that is
30.
Not great.
Well, I wouldn't say that was the worst positional shot I've ever seen Mark Selby play, but it's probably in the top 3. He just didn't get into that at all.
Clear ball.
I think he misjudged how wide the cue ball was going to
Well, Selby 30.
go after it putted the red. Expected not to get that red blocking the path. If he'd have got a sort of half ball contact, that cue ball could have come out into open play.
He needs to put a telling safety, and that wasn't quite good enough. Just watch the difference between the safety shots. Now watch where Mark Selby puts the cue ball as he swings it around the angles. A bit too narrow this time, and that's not the best shot. He's left a pot on.
Oh, that was a poor effort, wasn't it, Dennis? He really didn't get enough of that red. The 4 cushion safety is far more preferable to top cushion, side cushion. Xiao can get a gap round the back of the reds here.
Keep the noise down, please. Thank you.
Might be able to get this in behind the yellow. It's on its way. Now, in this situation, Gudong has a chance at a red that's second furthest down the table as a pot, and an element of safety at the same time behind the yellow, and he'd be on the blue. I think the angles are there for that. But he's choosing the first red.
Well, you can't hit the ball any sweeter than that. It's worth another look at this one. I mean, to avoid the middle pocket, he had to get so much screw on that. He's a bit unlucky not to have finished on the blue there. He's going to have to take the yellow with extension on his cue, the extension on the rest, well, the extended rest as it's called.
It was a great shot. The other shot required less cue power, but more of a judgment shot, so that would be a confidence builder, I'm sure. Oh, don't like this much. No man's land. Really should have and could have done better than that. Underhit it.
Yeah, if he had a overhit it, he would have still have been all right.
He's got a red.
3.
Couple of reds, but missable. It was a tough pot.
4.
He had to spend a lot of concentration on getting the pot, and perhaps a little less concentration on the exact placement of the cue ball. So he's lost it a bit. I assume it goes. Must go. Yeah. Important pot.
11.
And he's in prime position.
12. $19. $20.
That was a poor effort. He's put himself under pressure with this shot. You expect him to get it, but if the cue ball was another foot off the cushion, it would have been a certainty. Now he also risks the type of shot where a kick can destroy the potting angle. He's going to play it with a bit of pace. That'll stop the kick. Less likely to get a kick stunning the ball in, it seems, than playing with topspin.
$28. $35.
Got a couple of choices here. He was looking to see if he could swing this white around the back of the reds and pink. And that might be his choice. Still not in ideal position. But it's only the black or the green that's available. He can't get through to the blue. Black, he would need the rest. Got to play this with a lot of topspin. Be striking the cue ball up near the top. There you can see just above center. had a couple of flukes this afternoon.
39.
And there's another little trick shot from Xiao Godong. Sorry, mate.
Xiao Godong, 39.
He really does play that shot very well. The number of times he finds the baulk cushion there with the cue ball. And that's caused Xiao Godong to hit the safety a little on the thick side, but he'll take this one on because he knows if he gets it, he's going to give himself a very good chance. Close, and look where the cue ball was. He was right behind the black. Has to be a wee bit careful here with the way he plays the cannon when I'm potting this. Well, he probably was thinking more about the cannon than the pot there.
Thank you.
It's gone a little awkward, this frame. Reds are all close to cushions. It's only a 26-point advantage, but with the table being awkward like this, it's not a bad lead to have. Well, he's just held his hand up again, just to simply because he covered that. But he played a good shot, so but he's so polite, as Xiao Godong. Such a very reserved, polite young man. He's a bit reluctant to move that red off the left side cushion, but there's an easy safety shot off that one, but he can get down off this behind the brown. Has he hit it hard enough? He's heading in the right direction.
never easy playing a safety shot off a red on the side cushion is touching the cushion. Anything thick, you get a double kiss. So ultra thin, probably won't get any risk of a double kiss on the way back up. Good shot. There is the possibility of getting in behind the brown here. Chose the yellow. No problem with that. No argument. But down by the brown, the green and the blue also were snookering balls, so quite a big target area, that one. Is he taking this on? It looks like his body language means he's getting down and ready to play this shot as a pot. Thought he was going for the first one. The second one's a cut, shot to nothing. Very nice.
One.
So perhaps another slight mistake from Gudong, you know, not playing that red thinner down behind the brown, unless he thought he was going to be leaving a red over the left corner. Perhaps I'm reading too much into it now.
Beautifully judged there. And that's a clever shot. That is so clever to leave the pink so that he can bring all three reds into play. They're all tied up at the moment, so this one shot will open up the whole of the frame. And the pink going on the black spot, if anything, is a help to Mark Selby.
I
think this frame is going to be the frame where he really pulls away from the Chinese player. If he gets 5 frames in front, he'll take some stopping.
Yeah, it would appear,
19.
although very unfair to judge on one match, that Gudong's Achilles heel is the tactical department. It's tough at the top. We're only talking about fractions, and we're being ultra critical. Sometimes wrongly as well. It must be said that you can get carried away with yourself in the commentary box. Marvellous shot from Mark Selby.
24.
He's opened this frame up nicely. High on the pink. Ooh, he's not high enough. That's a big mistake. All he's got to do is make sure he's straight or higher on the pink, and now this black, more pace required. Oh, made it look easy. Other than he couldn't guarantee as good position, so
32.
Not so nice cutting this back.
Yeah, the white away from the cushion, it would have been straightforward. Slightly trickier now. But safely in, and didn't he cue that very
33.
positively, because he wanted to play up for a ball colour. It just meant that it was so easy to get onto the yellow. He just reads the game so well. He really is a class act, and that's one of the reasons he's been #1 in the world for, well, not that far off, 2 years now. And he's going here for his 3rd title in 4 years, Steve. I mean, he is the man to beat, isn't he?
Yeah, he's such a great pressure player. When he gets 42. In the groove, he's machine-like. That's what everybody's striving for. Over the line. You would still like to get this blue in, though, to completely seal it.
51.
He's not going to bother with the blank. That was a fine break at 57. And all of a sudden, Mark Selby is starting to buzz out there, and he now extends his lead to 5 frames. It's 9-4 to the Jester from Leicester.
Well, it's wall-to-wall snooker here in Sheffield right now. And if you're in the mood not just for the live action, but for a bit of nostalgia, because after all, this is the 40th anniversary of the event here at the Crucible, then you are in for a treat this evening at 9 o'clock.
Join me, Steve Davis, for a Crucible celebration.
There's lots of things that shouldn't be right about the place, but it just is.
Once you get serious about snooker, it's where you want to play, isn't it?
The best moments in snooker have all been at the Crucible.
He's done it. It's like the saddest person in Sheffield.
It was heartbreaking.
I like to remember when he tilts his cap.
It's got so much history attached to it.
Oh, wonderful.
It's the shrine of snooker. Just the Crucible, I think it just does it to you, doesn't it?
BBC 2, Sunday, 9 p.m.
Well, I'll be watching that, following the great Steve Davis.
It was a pleasure to be involved. Talked to some great players, past champions, some celebrities who love the game of snooker.
Thank you, frame 14.
Great talking to Lauren Higgins
Selby to break.
About the great Alex Higgins. Marvellous. Right behind the brown, or does it slip past? Once again, it's a big safety error, really. You don't want your opponent to get his hand on the table.
Well, he was perfectly on the black if he had a pot of the red, but at first glance he hasn't left anything easy for Xiao Guodong here. This is a tough red he's looking at. I mean, if he plays it in the middle pocket, there's an element of safety with it. left for the long straight yellow or a tricky brown to the middle. Brown it is. Very nicely played. Bit of a chance this.
5. Six. Ten. 11. $18. 19.
'He's okay. He's opened the reds up nicely, and he can get this one with the rest, as we just show you. He found the gap there and got just enough backspin. Oh, needs to pull up a little bit. Pink's there if he goes too far. The only problem, looking at the angle of the pink, is just taking him away from the reds. I don't know if he can hold for one into the right corner pocket, and in fact I'm not even sure if the red is on the pink spot that he would be trying to hold for. Yeah, it might just tie that red up that's in the middle of that little bunch of 6 there. So interesting. He was looking at playing the yellow, knocking it safe, but it's a bit early. He's only 27 in front. He made a technical error early when he was 54 in front and should have put a colour safe.
Xiao go down. 27.
He does like a fluke, does Xiao Godong. It was a good white. Look, in fact, it was an excellent cue ball, but it'll be even better if you can just land on the green. But these are funny little shots. Sometimes you can leave them short.
Yeah, that shot once again.
Xiao go down. 1.
Not exactly understanding how the balls are going to split after the safety. Sort of trusting to luck a bit. Third type of shot like that he's allowed a red to drift towards a corner. they've all gone in. On another day, they stay over the pocket. Is this potentially hitting Hope territory? Try and mess the table up somehow?
Steve, you're talking about Satnav Selby here. He'll find a way out of trouble here.
It's a last resort. There is an area somewhere in the bottom left corner of our screen. He could probably try to get the cue ball to. What's he looking at here? Is there a path round the back of the red on the left-hand side cushion and then flick off the red to the right of the black? What a great shot this would be.
If he can get out of this, it'll be something very, very special. And here he comes, but he's got down the table, but it's off the black.
I don't think those angles are on. And if they're not on, then a change of plan.
I'm just thinking if he could get a path to the red that's near the left corner, because if he lands on that one that's to the left of the black, that's not going to be easy along the cushion. But there's a lot of balls in the way to get to land onto that red.
Not on its spot, the black, is it?
Just checking with the monitor there is Brendan Moore.
Yeah. This red, wasn't it?
Don't think. Yeah. Don't think the angle's on around the back of that red because it slides. I don't think the off the first cushion the cue ball's going to slide. It's close enough.
I'm just wondering if he's going to try and get to that red I mentioned that's up near the left corner pocket. There might be a way to it, but he'd have to get an awful lot of side on it.
He's got to get pretty close to the red on the side, left side cushion.
He's trying to get on the one that I mentioned.
Perfect. Does it cut? Let's come down to see if that red pot's past the black. Must be tight. Do you think it makes a difference coming around the other side of the table and looking?
It's something I never ever done. If you couldn't see, from one end, then I never seen the point. But it's a lot of players do it.
Running out of room. Wants to stand back a bit more, but the dividing wall's in the way. Looks like Mark Selby's got out of jail.
It was a terrific escape route, because the first one, he certainly wasn't going to try that again.
Certainly not a telling safety shot from Gadong. Any thinner, and he would have potted it. It's in trouble here. I know you wouldn't think so. The shot is a tough one. Very thin on that red, you can see closest to the cue ball. And trying not to hit the blue, but he's trying a much more aggressive safety, trying to guarantee that he can get back down the table with screw back. Just about did it. It was borderline. Not so much the screw back, but keeping control of the cue ball to hit the reds full enough to get the screw back on.
First player to ever play that escape route when you couldn't get back down the table was the Canadian Big Bill Werbenick. He had terrific cue power, and when he was in trouble, he used to wind up and just screw the ball back the full length of the table. And back in those days, Steve, to screw the ball back on the cloths was much more difficult.
Yeah, I sort of remember from some of the, not so much the shot of the championships, but all of the highlights of the funnies, that how many times players would be miscuing and jumping the balls off tables. Well, he's got a pot on. But I mean, it's so committal. I don't think there's any way out of this. If he misses, he's going to leave them all up. Well, got out of it, mainly because he was that far away with the pot. He's going to have to settle for that.
Well, if the red goes up past the pink, I wouldn't put it past Mark Selby. Knocking this one in. And loads of room. And if this goes in, he'll be right in amongst them. And this is the difference, you know, someone like world #1, world champion, gets half a chance, seizes on it, and now he's right in amongst them. No problem potting the brown, and he's got, well, at least 5 reds to finish on.
Five. Six.
Just looking at Mark Selby's breaks, his highest breaks this match is still only 76, but he's been very consistent. He's had a 68 to go 8-4 and a 57 to go 9-4. He hasn't made a century yet in this year's Betfred World Championship. But a century break only wins you 1 frame. 50s, 60s, 70s.
19.
Usually when you frame, he's close to the ball with his waistcoat here.
20.
He was only just off that red. He was very, very close to it. Referee Brendan Moore had a steely eye on it.
Six. 27. $33. 34.
Ideally would like to win this frame without needing the yellow.
41.
Can afford 2 pinks and 1 black, I think.
42.
Ooh, very close.
And now he won't be winning the frame at this visit
49.
because the blue has hampered him on the potential pot. He tried to flick the other one over the middle pocket and would have left himself a chance of 2 reds, but didn't judge the cannon.
He wasn't far off. Not nice how this has ended up.
You can have a look at this cannon he was playing on the red. He wasn't too far away, just got a little bit too much action on it and only just flicked it. Now he's quite a tall lad, Mark, fully stretched there.
Mark Selby, 49.
I suppose to some degree that's made it a little easier for Godong to win. Can he get amongst them? Well, it's a tough one, isn't it? Another day, he screws it back, the red goes safe, you don't think anything of it.
Yeah, it's just slipping away from Xiao Godong here, this match. He knows he's being totally outplayed here. But he is up against the current world #1 and defending champion. Not going to be easy to clinch the frame, especially if he finishes dead straight on this.
5.
Well, he's got a slight bit of angle to work with.
He would have liked to have been a bit closer to that red.
Just noise from the other table, they're in between frames.
So well struck.
6.
Going to play this shot now in between blue and side cushion, I would imagine, off 2 cushions. That takes out any danger of snookering himself behind green or brown. We played inside the blue. Ooh, just past the bump. Bump was tricky.
13. 15.
Bit out of position on the green, but over the line. This to seal it.
18. $22.
He's not missing much, and Xiao, well, can't do anything about this. Doesn't matter about the blue.
Well, Selby, 22.
Xiao, well, both players leaving the arena, so the defending champion easing further ahead. He now leads Xiao Guodong by 10 frames to 4.
So 2 more frames to play in that one this afternoon. There is just 1 to play on the other side of the table. And Stephen Maguire is eyeing an early finish in this one. Perhaps about to wrap up this match against Rory McLeod. As you know, he was 9-3 in front. But he's taken the next couple to go 12-3 up. In fact, the next 3, obviously. He made a break of 90 in the 13th frame. He nicked frame 14. He's made a 57 in the 15th, and with 1 more left, of course, he can cross that magic finishing line and try and beat Rory McLeod with a session to spare. So he's certainly got the motivation of a day off, and he eyes a 5th quarter-final at the Crucible here. So let's get straight over there live now with Peter and Willie.
Thanks, Hazel. And this has been a really disappointing day or disappointing match for Rory McLeod. So much expectation coming with the victory over Judd Trump. And he's just unfortunately just not produced today at all. Steve Maguire's played okay. Even Maguire's missed plenty of balls, and Rory McLeod's been in at least first on, I think, 4 of the frames we've played this afternoon, and just not scored enough. At this level, you just have to score. He just got to the stage of the match where Rory might as well have a go at this one. He can play it as a shot to nothing, finish low on the black. Well, he's played still playing the, I suppose, the safety first way, which I suppose he feels that would have had him a better chance at some stage.
Stephen taking the long red into the yellow pocket. And at first glance, he's left very little. Rory needed to get a good cue ball there, and he got a very good cue ball. Well played. This is a tough safety shot, and he needs to be very careful of catching the jaws of the middle pocket on the way back, because that would leave the red into the left centre. And that's why he played it with pace, and that was an excellent shot. Good cue ball.
Yes, had to make sure he got past the baulk line there with that safety, otherwise the cut red would have been onto the left of the blue. As Peter just mentioned, if he'd played it thin, the middle pocket jaws came into the equation, so he couldn't have played that shot better. Rory's in a little bit of trouble here.
Chance of a long red for Steve Maguire to left-hand black pocket. And there's a gap that he can play for as well. So just depends how he sees it. He can either try and stun and hold for the black into the same pocket or go around for the blue. He played for the black into the same pocket, knowing that the pink was also in the left centre. And the left-hand side that he put on the cue ball meant that he just threw the red slightly thick onto the right-hand jaw, as you see it on the TV screen there. So an opportunity for Rory. And he's just under so much pressure now because he's had a terrible day. He's really played poorly, hasn't taken his chances, and he's just under so much pressure now. It's really difficult to see a way back for him now.
Expected to pot that one. Not too sure. Roy's just had a quick look at the pack of reds. The two reds may be a plant into the left-hand corner. They look a bit high, so but at least he can get back into the baulk area. But he did make it.
One.
But once again, not a favourable kiss. These are the kind of things that happen when you're struggling. On a good day, you get the half-ball kiss and you've got the blue in the middle. On a bad day, you end up having to need the rest.
Six. Seven.
Little unlucky there. Great pot. Played through the gap to get onto the black into the same pocket. Unfortunately, got into the cue ball too much this time. Don't know whether he can get through to the pink. If not, you can see the pink thin, I think. So you can get the cue ball in baulk.
Well, this is a tough pot into the green pocket. It was a good pot, but he certainly didn't go for it full-bloodedly. He played that as a shot to nothing, so he wasn't confident of getting the pink. Okay, it's 6 points, but
Thank you. 13.
it was an opportunity to score in amongst the balls.
Rory McLeod, 13.
A decent safety shot, but unfortunately another wasted opportunity.
Well, is he going to have a dip at the one that's nearest the pocket? He'll be kissing into the other red, but it's a shot that he'd fancy taking on. Either of the two reds that are virtually together there on the left-hand side, he can pot either of those two balls. Excellent pot.
One.
He will take the blue on, I'm sure.
So just a soft stun here to slide past the red, and it's there. It's there all the way. Excellent shot.
Six.
That's very nicely controlled from Stephen Maguire.
7.
And this is the opportunity that he's been looking for to clinch, frame and match. The balls are open. A lot of the reds are covering each other. So he needs to retain good position. But this is an excellent chance now to win this match at this visit.
Hasn't played that very well. Matter of fact, I don't think he can pot a ball. Yes, he overscrewed that by 8 or 9 inches. Is nowhere.
Well, I did mention previously that the reds were covering each other, but I still didn't expect Stephen to play such a poor positional shot.
Stephen Maguire, 9.
Now Rory. Another chance. Nothing's coming easy for him at the moment, though.
One.
That was a decent pot. Almost certainly take the pink here because the blue's no good to him.
Excellent pot. Okay, the black's tied up at the moment, but he got onto the pink. The next 2 or 3 shots, that will open itself up.
Eight.
Oh, what a kiss on the red and black would be nice here. Started to play down for one loose red. Sometimes you have to take the chance of bringing balls into play. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that, but with only using the pink, these reds on the left-hand side, it's going to be tough to keep getting onto the pink from those reds.
14.
Has to play the cannon this time on the black. Gentle, don't have to play it hard. Just move the black away from that red. He refused it again. He will regret it in a couple of shots' time.
19. Twenty. $25.
Now you can see why you need that black into play. Because this is the last of the reds you can get nicely on the pink, and there he's got to get on the pink. He's got to go on the pink to move a red. You can't keep pushing the boat out.
Rory McLeod, 25. Okay. One.
An excellent pot for Stephen Maguire.
Seven.
And the first chance that he got, he played the cannon.
8.
That Willie suggested Rory could have played a few shots ago.
Yes, it's only because all the reds on the left-hand side, it's impossible to keep getting behind them to get onto the pink. It's not impossible to keep getting behind them to get onto the black. He may play this at pace to run through and bring the middle of the 3 reds into play. That's what he's played. Very clever shot. That could be a frame and match winner. And that's the difference. Stephen Maguire is always looking to win a frame, not just to get a few points.
14.
And Rory missed a trick again in this frame.
$15.
What a super tournament he's had. Beat one of the favourites, or the favourite with some bookmakers in Judd Trump. Was 4-0 behind in that match, remember?
22.
Won the next 5 to go 5-4. Then held on. And a very, very good win, and that would have given him a lot of confidence. But he'd be very disappointed the way he's played in this match. Once again, he was in first in this frame as well, so he's been in first about 5 of the 6 or 7 frames we've played this afternoon. Just not scored. Stephen Maguire's going to need the yellow to win frame and match if he just pot these 3 reds, 3 colours. Be interesting to see how he goes around getting onto the yellow. I would imagine he'd try and get onto the blue off the last red and try and bring the yellow into play.
$30.
Just wonder whether he might risk
37.
playing the red on and off the top cushion, try and bring the yellow into play. If he misses the kiss on the yellow, he's on the black or the pink. Probably not this time, because obviously he can move the yellow out of either the pink or the blue in a few shots' time. He knows this is a great chance to win frame and match at this visit.
$43.
Trying to move the yellow, just caught the knuckle of the left centre. Just missed the cannon. Just looking to play the snooker now, I think. Oh. Is he taking the long blue on? Leaving himself a double on the yellow. He moved the yellow that time, Willie.
Stephen Maguire, 44.
Come on, Roy, this is your chance to take the match into the final session. Obviously, blue to pink's going to be not a shot he'd like to play.
Two. Five.
10 points behind as we speak, so he's going to need the 4 remaining colours. Not
Nine.
straight, surely.
Well, if Rory decides to play this at pace, this blue's missable. That's a great shot. Look at the side on that. What a shot. Needless to say, this is really tough cueing from tight under this side cushion. That was tough. That was really tough.
Rory McLeod, 14.
Very tough shot. Cueing tight under the side cushion there. Good opportunity to play a safety shot behind the black here. Just a little too thick. The most important part of that shot was getting the pink safe, which he has done. Rory does have the opportunity, if he wants to take the chance, of getting the cue ball behind the black here, because he'd be pushing the pink onto the yellow side cushion. But in playing the negative safety shot there, he gave Stephen Maguire the opportunity to lay a snooker of his own behind the black, and he didn't play that very well. This is a tough safety shot now for Rory, though. He's trusting to the table here.
With Steve Maguire being 1 point in front, he may decide just to roll this pink in. Okay, he's going to have no shot on the black at all, but it's very, very easy to play twice across and try and get the snooker in behind the black. But he'll have 2 chances then to win frame and match. Now he's playing the thin safety shot in behind the black. Twice across.
Well, okay, the pink is safe, but another opportunity for Stephen Maguire to play a better safety shot. Trying to get the pink behind the black this time, slightly underhit it. this is not an easy safety shot for Rory now because the pink is tight on the black cushion. Very difficult to try and clip this thin. Maybe playing the double kiss on the pink, full ball. Well, that's what he tried, but he played it terribly.
So just this black then to win with a session to spare. The winner of Dott or Hawkins awaits Steve Maguire. Rory McLeod's run is over. Well, he'd be very pleased with the performance. Rory McLeod would be very disappointed with his. What a great tournament Rory had. But unfortunately, Steve Maguire proved far too strong for him. And he goes into the next round at 12-3 victor.
Congratulations to Steve Maguire through to his 5th Crucible quarter-final and his first for fully 5 years. And there was an inevitability about that towards the end, but Rory fought hard, particularly in that last few balls.
Yeah, you're in a difficult situation. You know, you don't want to say people are not trying, but when he gets to Stephen Maguire needs one frame, does he really want to come back tomorrow night? Yeah. Need one frame, but all credit to him, he was trying to put a magnificent blue. Yes. And I was so unlucky to land tight in the cushion for the pink. But yeah, it's a good professional performance by Steve Maguire.
It was indeed, and let's get his reaction because he is now speaking to Rob, I believe.
Stephen, no win here since 2012, and you're back in the quarter-finals.
Yeah, I can't believe it, can you? But no, it's good. It's 2 hard matches, and I've come through them quite comfortable, so I'm over the moon.
When you realised you would be facing Rory instead of Judd, did it almost add a little bit of nerve to the occasion because you knew that you were now coming into the match as the overwhelming favourite?
No, because, who makes up the favourites? The bookies. You know, I fancy myself against anyone, so whether it was Judd or not, if I play my game, it doesn't bother me who's there.
You've done it quite easily, even though you've had 2 hard matches. In terms of frames, you've only conceded 5 en route to the quarter-finals. You're pin sharp, having come through qualifying and done so in fine style. Do you feel as though you're on a real roll here? Because you would be the first to say in recent years you've not always produced your best here at the Crucible, but that seems as though it's different this year.
No, I'm definitely on a roll. That's 5 matches I've won in the World Championship already this year. So usually in the past years, if I win 5 matches, I'll be World Champion. So I'm only in the quarters. But listen, I've came through comfortable, but I still have to raise my game. I'm missing a lot of balls, and Rory had a lot of chances over the last 2 days there. He didn't settle, and he made it quite easy for me.
So next up, you've got Barry or Graham. I guess in a way you'd rather avoid another all-Scottish clash, having played Anthony in round 1.
Yeah, listen, I would, but that means I would want Graham to get beat, which I don't. But I've not got a good record against wee Graham. He beats me up all the time. So for that factor, I hope Barry wins. But no bad blood.
Do you think you could go all the way this year? You're playing as if you could.
I can only beat who's in front of me. I'm honestly not thinking about any other round after the quarter final. I'll take it. I'll just go out there. Whoever's standing in front of me, I'll try and knock him down. And if I don't, then hopefully the other guy's going to have to play really well to beat me.
Well done today. See you in the quarters.
Cheers, Rob.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, congratulations to Stephen Maguire. Interestingly, the last time he was in a quarter-final in 2012, he, in effect...
Talk to me, I don't think he won.
Well, in effect, he kind of hastened the end of your career because...
You're a lovely person. You're a lovely person.
It's just a piece of information.
Sorry, I don't remember. What was the score in that match?
Well, let's not even talk about that.
Sorry.
But nevertheless, that was when you decided that you'd had enough professional snooker, wasn't it?
Yeah. I obviously I knew before the championship even started it was going to be the last one. But I knew pretty much very early into that match that it was near the end. Yeah, he did a professional job against me, and he's done a professional job against Rory McLeod as well. But I just hope that Judd Trump's not anywhere near a TV set over the last couple of days, because he would be very upset.
I'm sure he will. Well, it hastened your farewell from the sport, but actually it didn't do Stephen a huge amount of good in terms of his World Championship performances, because he got through to that semi-final, he was beaten, and then suddenly this loss of form coming to the Crucible. And what a relief in many respects that he's come through qualifiers this time, and he is, as Rob said, on a proper roll here.
Yeah, it's funny because a couple of those matches that he has lost when he's been a seed, he's lost 10-9, hasn't he? Final Frame deciders. He certainly lost to Poomjang, didn't he? One of the years, and Ryan Day. So having those matches in the qualifiers looks like they've done him a bit of good. He's turned up match sharp. He was very impressive in his first match with Anthony McGill. 10-2 against him is a really good score, and he did the job that he had to in this match. So listen, I'm a massive fan. I think he hits the ball superbly well. He's a top 16 player all day long.
I think he's a top 8 player.
Are you out league?
Yeah.
I'm probably underselling him by saying 16, but the way he hits it, if his head's on the right way, he could give anyone a game.
Well, he's a former world #2. I mean, you forget, he's the UK champion, was UK champion. It's a long time ago, certainly, but he's been in the top 16 for a decade. So this has been a real awakening for Stephen in some respects this last season or so, hasn't it?
Yeah, a massive underachiever, as far as I'm concerned. Obviously, I practiced him when he first started, and obviously when he turned pro, he won the UK very quickly. And I think a lot of people thought he was going to go on from there, win 2 or 3 World Championships. I think he knows he's massively underachieved in this sport.
So what is the reason for that, would you say?
I don't want to get involved. I think you'd have to ask Stephen.
OK. But at the same time, it's never too late, clearly, and he's a very dangerous opponent for anybody, isn't he?
Well, I've said it all the time. As I say, I sit there and do plenty of hours sitting in here and watching everything, and I don't think there's many people hit the ball better than he hits it. I think he's a seriously good striker of a ball, and he can score. His match play is excellent
as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you have to stand up to him because he can give off an aura like he just wants to kill you when he plays you, but he's just one of those players. But so you have to stand up to him. But listen, the way he hits it is as good as anyone.
And the importance of having all of tomorrow off, because you would have been coming back tomorrow evening, and that's a real bonus ahead of the quarterfinals on Tuesday, surely.
It's massive. He can relax, take it nice and easy. He hasn't got to get his dicky bow on and his gear and come back out.
Does he wear any?
Yeah, no, it's a medical exemption for those of you who don't.
That's a very good point. Well, he doesn't have to get his dicky bow on again, but he can put it. He just doesn't have to
suit on.
Yeah, exactly. He can have a nice night off, relax, and nothing like watching everybody else sweat while you've got the night off.
OK, particularly the Hawk, Barry Hawkins and Graham Dott, and they'll be coming back this evening for the second session. But we've been watching the defending champion Mark Selby this afternoon, and we left him very much in control against Xiao Guodong. And we're going to join them again in frame 15. Selby 18 points adrift, and it's back to Steve and Dennis for this.
Yeah, I was playing, I forget who I was playing, and John Smythe, who was one of the top referees at the time. Oh, no, it was John Street, and he got it wrong. He said, please, could you keep that bag quiet? He meant the sweetie paper, but I knew what he meant.
Six. Seven.
Looked for a minute as if that red was going to cover the black, but it trundled on. Shorter pace there, but he's got the red in the middle pocket. Tried to screw back to give himself choices of the 2 into the right corner.
$50.
Well, you sense 11-4 here, don't you?
$21.
22. $29.
Yeah, the winner of this match, and it certainly looks like it's the defending champion, will play either Neil Robertson or Marco Fu, but of course every match at this stage now is a potential final. They're so good.
Beautiful shot there from Mark Selby. Once again,
36.
Taking the weight of the shot out of the equation. It was always going to be on
37.
one of those two reds. If he's dead straight, he's got to just screw back for the red on the right of the table. If he's got an angle, he can perhaps play for one on the top cushion. Didn't really want to leave himself with the rest, but
43.
The benefits of that are it's very straight as a pot, much more preferable.
Yes. 44.
Is he straight again? Would like an angle. He's got one, just a fractional one. Enough to make the cue ball go down to the top cushion. Talking about the pockets and the fall of the slates, these shots also are made easy if you hit the ball at the correct speed. But they're not that big. He took that too easy. He assumed it was going to go in. He just didn't fully concentrate, I think.
It's so unlike Mark Selby that he plays very few careless shots. He just didn't give that one 100%. Now, where's the cue ball going to finish? That'll do nicely. He's on the pink.
1.
Okay, it's a very difficult table that he's faced with. He's just coming round to check that red that's near the right middle pocket, just to see if he dropped in behind that, if it was available. And that tells you that it is.
Seven. Eight.
He's hanging on here, but I think if he's going to have any chance of winning this match, he's got to win this frame.
And the last frame of this session as well, he could do with both of them. So one easy red and one potentially missable red, similar to the one that Mark Selby missed.
$40.
Maybe more of an angle than he wanted. He's got to hold this, got to kill the cue ball. Did that very nicely. I think you'll be seeing Godong apply more concentration to this red than Mark Selby did to his.
21. 22.
He's left himself a bit straight on the black, and he's going to have to get a little bit of action on this with reverse side, as you can see. Straight, so lots of side, and when the white spins off the cushion, it'll head up towards the yellow. He's got plenty of cue power. Watch the white. Oh, he played that beautifully. That was a cracker. The natural angle would be the white to come back across towards the pink, and look where he got it to.
$31.
Showing great character here is Xiao Guodong.
He needs the pink. Striking 34. The ball nicely. This is the most critical shot, judging the pace off 2 cushions.
$38.
A little bit wrong-sided, I think. So he's going to leave himself a bit more distance.
43.
Mark just waiting to see the outcome of this next shot. Well played. Very well played indeed. Doesn't matter about the black. He's pinched the frame off the defending champion. A very important frame. Mark Selby now leads by 10 frames to 5.
Little shake of the head from the two-time champion, and Mark needed a snooker here in the last of the session, didn't get it, and so 28-year-old Xiao, who's the world number 44, has nicked the last 2 frames. It's 10-6, and still a lot of work for the defending champion to do tomorrow afternoon, and I'm sure that will leave a little bit of a bitter taste in his mouth, having lost those last 2. But he's not going away, this young fella.
I tell you what, he's done well to be 10-6, because he's nicked 2 games today with clearances. This boy's played very well, very well. He's had a little bit of luck. He's had a couple of flukes in there as well, which is a big help. But that's not to take away from the way he's played. His match play's been very good, and if it stands up to Mark Selby, it's been very good.
Best part of his game would be what?
I think he looks good in the balls, Xiao Guodong. As I said earlier on, he's very talented. He knows all the shots. Maybe the sort of hard match play is not as good. We discussed that shot earlier, where instead of going for a dodgy black, he should have played safe. But yeah, watching Mark Selby's body language as he walked out there, he was not a happy chappy.
Did you suspect that that was the case as well, John?
Because when you're 10-4 and you've got 2 bites of the cherry to go further on and you haven't got them, you're still sort of 10-6. You're still in a match very much so, especially when it's first to 13. OK.
Well, they're coming back, as I say, tomorrow afternoon for that one. But this evening, we've got a couple of second sessions, and these have been really good this morning. I really enjoyed Marco Fu against Neil Robertson. The world number 9, Neil, the world number 8, Marco. But in fact, provisionally speaking, Neil up to 6 at the moment, and Marco Fu's made great progress as well, up to number 5 for the man who won the Scottish Open in December. Neil won earlier on in the season, last summer, in fact, for his only major title of the season. Barry Hawkins 5-3 up on his birthday, 38 today, against former champion, the man who won here in 2006, Graham Dott. Now, let's just sum up this match between Robertson and Fu, 2 great sporting exports from Australia and Hong Kong. And how do you see this one developing? What are the main factors for you in this matchup?
It's very hard to pick a winner with this one, and Neil Robertson again would be disappointed again. He was 4-1 up, back to 4-4. So obviously the Marco Fu's on the front foot there, but it's going to be a really good session tonight. Real interesting said, because it's kind of like moving day sort of thing, and golfing at the second session, getting yourself into a good position going into the third one, hopefully to get a lead. So Pressure on Robertson, I think, tonight.
Why would you say that?
I think he's been talked about, and probably expectation coming for himself. You know, to win this championship, I think he's worked very hard for it. And I think obviously outsiders will probably see him as a strong favourite. Although Marco, you know, he's higher in the rankings than him, and probably, you know, just as justified as having a chance as well.
It's going to be an enjoyable session, isn't it?
It is. It's very hard to pick a winner. They always seem to have good matches together, don't they? And they've got slightly different styles. I think it's just sit back and watch and enjoy.
OK. And this one between Hawkins and Graham Dott. We were talking, Stephen and I, earlier, when you were doing the introductions with your MC hat on, about the superior firepower, potentially, of Barry Hawkins and how key that could be in this one.
Yeah, Graham will be disappointed with that session because he led 2-0 in that, I think, didn't he? And then he's got pegged back. And the last couple of frames was a little bit loose. His standard in the last 2 frames wasn't quite as high as it has been. So he'll be disappointed for 5-3. And he's up against a really good match player. Barry Hawkins has not got a good record because he can't play. It's a good record because he's an excellent match player. But so is Graham. So tonight's another session. Just get your head down, see where it comes out. This
is a bit of it's a rejuvenation for Graham Dott, and he seems really happy and motivated and positive around the table at the moment, doesn't he?
Yeah, he seems to be enjoying it. He's working with Chris Henry, who I used to do some stuff with in my career. He's very much into the mind stuff, rather, you know, technical as well, but very much getting you positive. So that's probably helping. As I say, I think Barry Hawkins' scoring power might just be too much.
OK, right. Well, we're going to leave you on a positive, and you've been sending your trick shots in all afternoon. Here's the last of them today, and this is a beauty. This one is from David Boys, I believe. It's David Boys Jr. Well done, David. Last one goes to David. It's been a very eventful day because actually none of these matches today were supposed to finish, but as you know, at the Crucible, it always pays to expect the unexpected. Jason and Ken Doherty will be back at 7 o'clock on BBC Two as we resume with the evening session, but in the meantime, from We Three, we'll catch you again soon. Bye for now.